This is a Clouds Weather Alert.
Good morning, everybody. Meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center giving you a tornado warning that's in effect now for portions of southwestern Georgia until about 7:15 a.m. Early County to be precise. So we need you guys to take those tornado precautions immediately. Again, a tornado warning has just been issued for portions of Early County as we're trying to start off that Monday morning. Maybe folks getting on the road and the like here. At 6:43, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near the community of Columbia, or 8 miles southwest of Blakely, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. And I know this is pretty far away from where we're located. Well, I'm specifically located in north central Florida around Stark, but we provide tornado warning covered for any of our 62 counties whenever there's a potential tornado threat. And if you look at the debris tracker, that says it might be a confirmed tornado, quite honestly. Debris tracker kind of tells me we may have a tornado on the ground now here southwest of Luke into toward Early County. So we need to get folks into shelter immediately. Again, a tornado warning in effect until 7:15. For perspective here, let me go ahead and show you guys a view of our region. You see Early County toward the left here. And then you see other counties, like where I'm at in Bradford, north central Florida, way to the east. We have a potential tornado on the ground. It'll probably be pretty weak, but still, maybe a tornado in progress here. As this got really tight, it's kind of like, where we have these spins come up, come down here. That's been the case in the Georgia/Alabama region over the last 12, 18 hours, give or take. I mean, more if you want to go all the way up to North Alabama. I'm just thinking about Montgomery and the like. But if you want to say just, even North Alabama, we have to go back even to Saturday night. That's how long this pattern's been, on here at points and then off. But especially with it being hit or miss the last, 12, 18 hours, give or take. But now this is a confirmed tornado, like what I was kind of alluding to. I thought we had a debris signature with this, and we do. This is a now confirmed tornado according to the Weather Service office there in Tallahassee. That blue and now that green area indicates there's been a tornado that's touched down, and we may still have it on the ground around State Road 62. There's a chance it's kind of starting to maybe fall apart a little bit in terms of it maybe still touching down and pulling that debris upward, but still nasty situation here this morning. Again, a tornado warning, a tornado on the ground here in southwestern Georgia. Again, a dangerous weather scenario as we're looking at things, as we're tracking the overall situation here. We have a tornado warning in effect. The tornado has been observed here based on the radar debris signature. So I'm going to go ahead and back this one up just a little bit here, and we really started to see that debris come into play around 6:45, 6:46 by the time we got on here. It's a pretty rural part of the county, to be quite honest, but this is, headed towards some more populated areas here, like Luke, Georgia, that community, and then potentially Blakely. Now, granted, this could be on a weakening trend right now, but we can't count on it to stay weak. It could try to strengthen back up on us here. Again, things, all of a sudden, like we get in a weaker tropical system here, things will not really be and play with like a tornado watch, or maybe you'll have one and it'll go away, and then all of a sudden you have little storms here evolve. Sometimes the mid spins. It's actually within a line here, though. As I see on our radar mode, it's more than a line. But again, this is an observed tornado on the ground in southwestern Georgia. We need to get folks into shelter around Luke to Blakely. You need to take precaution immediately. Interior room away from windows. Protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet. Something like that. Again, there's a tornado on the ground here in towards southwestern Georgia. It's probably pretty weak, but we did have the debris signature about 2,000 feet or so. And we still have one trying to, kind of stay on the board here. So we've had a little bit of a signature for about 3 scans now. It started around here. Let's see if there's any homes in here. It looks like there could be a few. Doesn't look too populated, pretty sparsely populated, but this one home gets hit and it can still be very problematic. So we got to be watching to make sure this doesn't, cause more problems as we get up toward areas further off toward the north and east. Again, an observed tornado here this morning in towards southwestern Georgia. Again, a tornado on the ground here. Let me see if there's any questions or comments from any of the viewers at home. see if there's anything that anything that is worth noting right now. I know we're on all the different platforms right now: Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch to protect you, your friends, and your family. This doesn't look as tight as it was, and this stuff's probably going to be kind of hit or miss throughout the day. I mean, as we get more daytime heating, there could be more of these warnings that pop up a little bit more, what you'd call scattered versus isolated here. So we could have, one every, maybe a few hours, something like that. You just never know here in this type of scenario. But again, we're just going to have to kind of be mindful of this here. It's, probably not fun, toward that area, getting this alert on your phone as you're getting ready for school or work here, and or work for that matter, as we're looking at things here. Again, a tornado on the ground as of a few moments ago in southwest Georgia now. If it's still on the ground, it's coming in the Luke. It's interesting. It's still showing that signature. Either it picked up quite a bit of stuff and it's now wanting to, kind of completely bring that all back down to the ground, or it's staying on the ground as a weaker tornado, like an EF0 type tornado with winds upwards of 85 miles an hour, which could still be very problematic to folks on the road and or mobile homes with this type of weaker tornado. So again, this is around Luke, Georgia, southwestern Georgia. Again, I know you guys don't want to be, getting that, morning commute going, and then all of a sudden you find out there's a tornado in your county, but that's how it's going in Early County early this morning here, unfortunately, on this Monday, on this April 7th, 2025. Again, there's a tornado warning. A tornado's been confirmed with this storm here. Probably pretty weak, but it's on the ground doing damage at points. May still be right in the community of Luke there, into southwestern Georgia. As we keep getting the latest scans in here, we keep on watching here, and you see it's a little bit less now, but now that it's starting to approach Blakely from the west, I'm going to try to get some of our camera views up that we might be able to obtain from the Georgia 511 perspective. So let's go ahead and, I kind of have a feeling this may weaken on out some more, but we can't take chances in Blakely. That area there around Luke, that greenish hillows area is tornado debris that's co-located with the circulation. So, that means we're confident that was, not just maybe some type of things that are not tornado debris in the correlation coefficient product. Instead, it is tornado debris here this morning. So again, we're in alert mode. We're trying to keep you guys safe and informed. I've been kind of watching things on and off. I mean, I have my alert mode tools in place, so if there's any type of warning, I get alerted immediately. But I've been kind of looking in and out throughout the night, and we'll see these little spins, especially recently, and then they'll kind of go away, and this one's starting to get really tight, so we're getting everything, really ready to come on the air. And so we got on as quick as we could with this. These are hit and miss sometimes, but let's go ahead and see some cameras around Blakely here. That's where this circulation, this tornado, producing storm at one point or another is headed. So we need to go ahead and get folks into shelter. This is the Georgia 511 camera here, and likely one of the views that we can give you guys. You see the wet roads here and the like, and some folks are adding about any tornado warning. We would prefer you guys to just hunker down here as a meteorology community until this tornado moves on out of the picture here with this current imminent threat. This potential tornado. Was a tornado, it could still be. It's headed right toward Blakely. It may be weakening, very well could be, but it could re-strengthen. You just never know. We don't want people caught in harm's way here, so take shelter. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Maybe even, especially if you don't have a basement. And that blast, hopefully it was just lightning and not a power blast. But if you don't have a basement, it's, probably imperative to go ahead and put on, a bicycle helmet. And folks in our viewing area really don't have basements. So, we've been talking a lot about basements lately out toward the Midwest. But now our local stuff is what the storyline is. And unless you're in a very unusual situation, you probably don't have a basement here anywhere within our 62 counties. So keeping that in mind here, let's go ahead and keep checking. I'm going to check some different views here toward Blakely. That one was further to the west of town where this might be kind of headed. But let me go ahead and see. I want to make sure we're on the, most up-to-date radar view possible. That's from 3 minutes ago now. This is from 3 minutes ago. It definitely looks like it's weakening a good bit, but it'd be wrapped in rain here generally. And if, anything, it could, be in an area where there's not quite as much rain. So that's kind of makes things deceiving in that there's still more rain behind it. It's still raining some. It's not like a Midwest tornado. Like sometimes you have it out in the open, so this could be really tricky for folks. You may not, even, I know it's still kind of dark. Sunrise is still a little ways away, but you may not see it coming here. You probably won't. Maybe see the power flashes or something if there are any, but again, still watching. So I'm going to see if I can get another view. I suspect this is weakening some, but yeah, it looks like it's kind of coming closer and closer into town here. You can't let your guard down. Around Blakely here this morning, around Blakely in Early County. Let me go ahead and punch back up another viewpoint that we have here. We're looking. This is, where the tornado could be. And now, okay, it still looks like it could be on the ground there. Let's get back to that camera. I mean, if it's not on the ground, it may be dropping at least a little bit of that debris out. So again, we're watching that camera view. We're going between a rotation tracker here as well. It's just a one-man band, and there's a lot going on here this morning. Let's try to pull up some cameras. I have one of them up. I'm going to go back to the one further west here in a second. We'll be able to see this tornado or what's left of it visually here in a second as we have a tornado warning in play for the Blakely area here this morning in Early County in Southwestern Georgia till 7:15. So I just saw kind of a flash. Hope it was just lighting, not a power flash. But this is one viewpoint there. We're going to try to effort the other view again. I just wanted to pop that up while I still had it up in the system here. Let's go back a little further west there. Okay, it actually looks a little calmer at the, current moment. That doesn't mean it'll last by any stretch here as we get toward traffic camera Georgia 511 perspective here. As we're looking for maybe a tornado that's been on the ground here around Blakely this morning in Early County. Again, a tornado warning in effect. We've had a confirmed tornado on the ground here in Southwestern Georgia this morning. Let me go ahead and move away from that shot. Again, just trying to see what we can kind of effort for everybody. Let me go ahead and kind of switch the radars back up a little. Again, a rocky start to your Monday morning here. Confirmed tornado in Southwestern Georgia approaching Blakely. It's pretty weak, mind you. I'll see the EF scale here. We're talking about probably F0, F1, type of scenario. It's still, if you're on the road or a mobile home, it definitely could still be deadly. Even in a home, too, in some cases. But on the road or in a mobile home, that's where the focus should be there for problems. I tell you what, that spin is coming really close to that camera on the west side of town there. This is headed right up toward State Road 62P there, it would seem. And that camera, one of the cameras there that we were showing you is around Columbia Street there. State Road 62 at one of the different intersections. So this is where the tornado could be right now, coming up on Blakely. Okay, yeah, that's coming very close there to that camera. Okay, let's get back on over to see if we can get a view. I'm just trying to see what I can effort the best possible. The camera's shaking now. Let's go ahead. We need to get this up immediately here, folks. So here's that view. You can see the wind picking up some in toward that area for sure. It may be kind of hard to see it, but we're looking in all the different directions. That if there is something still active on the ground, and if it is, it may be in a lower end, but still, obviously, as any tornado can be, very impactful. So again, you see that camera shaking. You see a little bit of that kind of wind shaking thing that you just saw flash again. I'm hoping these flashes are lightning. Not 100% sure though. It's possible these could be power flashes because of the wind, blowing transformers, things like that here and there in toward Early County this morning. Again, we've seen, that debris on the Doppler viewpoint mode there that is specifically talking about correlation coefficients. So again, tornado warning there in Early County. We're in alert mode. Take those tornado precautions around Blakely, Georgia. If you haven't done so, do so right now there on Blakely, and that could be power flashes. Hard to say. I didn't see. I'm gonna double check though in a moment. Let me check my other source actually. I don't want to go away from this camera shot. I mean, there's not a just tremendous amount of lightning with it, but there is some. It's possible that there's lightning strikes, but again, this is a Georgia 511 traffic camera there. You know, in the city of Blakely. At least the power's staying on there. It looks like. At this specific spot. Seemed like it was going a little bit west. There's another flash. Another flash. Okay, damaging tornadoes. We have another tornado warning now. Okay. Things are starting to get a little bit rocky here, so I think we got to move away from this shot then for now and just give you updates on Doppler. Because we have a tornado warning to the north now too. But within our area, we had a couple last night that were, you know, kind of ones that we were tracking. They're just outside of the area. They were in the Albany TV region, but not something where we cover. But you saw another flash there. Again, the way they're flashing, it worries me that those might be power flashes, but it's hard to say one way or the other there, to be quite honest. So, again, a tornado warning on Blakely. Please, please, please take those tornado precautions. We do not want folks out on the roads in this type of situation. So let me go ahead, jump away from this shot. Just a one-man band. I wish I could just kind of keep, you know, having somebody monitor that, but I gotta kind of jump away now because we have another tornado warning north. But let me just real quick see where this is. I was very close to that camera, guys. I mean, because the camera is like right in here from what I was looking at, and it's now going north though. So, you know, that latest debris tracker scan is up to date. So that would now be going a little bit north. So that's your warning there. They're still confirming it, but this is a new warning now. New tornado warning. Don't see any debris on it yet, but this is a new tornado warning for portions of Clay and Randolph counties in Georgia now at 7:30. At 7 o'clock, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 8 miles southeast of Fort Gaines, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So this could be around Cuthbert, at least on the south end, by around 7:20 here. So you need to take those tornado precautions. Again, a tornado warning now. To the north as well, there's now 2 different areas spin that could be, you know, tornado producers here. The one already was at one point. Not sure if it's still on the ground now, but the other one is a radar indicated rotation tornado warning as you're tracking things for portions of Clay and Randolph counties. So we're talking about areas there like Belleville, Carnegie, over towards Sutton's Corner and the Randolph County Airport. Potentially, you know, at risk here from this morning. So reminding you guys of our covered area. Once again, there you go. Again, tornado warnings, multiple now in play, 2 of them. 2 different polygons here on this Monday morning off to a rocky start. It's April 7th, 2025. You know, Clay and Randolph, 1 warning. Early County, another warning where we've already had a touchdown of a tornado. So things have taken an escalation here, you know, on that Monday morning, you know, rather quickly. It's off to a rough start in those western counties. This one looks pretty weak, quite honestly, compared to some others we've been, you know, I was watching some spins that were close to needing a warning earlier on, and that looks weaker than some of those, but this one was definitely the tightest of any of them that we had, and then right when it got about the tightest of any of them had been all, you know, period that I've seen. We saw a tornado warning and soon after a debris signature. So again, a tornado warning in play as we're tracking things toward the south here. That one there has that spin that, you know, was producing a tornado, a debris signature at one point. I know we've been tracking just so much severe weather nationally. I mean, since Wednesday, we were on, you know, like Tuesday talking about the high risk upgrade. You know, Monday locally, last week we had storms, but then, you know, this is the same system that was impacting folks here Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday off to the west here. Started to have, you know, like a tornado watch for Quitman County yesterday. No tornado watch right now, but we might get one later on for some of our areas we South Sea. But, you know, now we're getting this to really start to get into our area. What's left of that system is weaker, but it still could be impactful on a localized level here with these embedded spins that evolve here out of what's left of that, historic weather maker off toward the west that's taken so long to get in and caused so much flooding in its wake. There's also a flood watch, by the way, some more western counties here too. Let's look and see how much rain's falling here. As you get up toward like Clay County, that's 3-4 inches in that purple corridor storm total, so that's pretty significant. And so these areas, you see that heavy rain coming in. We'll have to just watch throughout the day as this, is going to go all the way through our area here, as we look ahead. But it's going to take pretty much the whole day to do it. To get maybe, to Flagler County, it might take about 15 hours or so to kind of end that severe threat here across my 62 counties. So looking like a very long day based on what we're starting off with now. We're kind of hoping maybe, we get a little bit more stabilization and that kind of weaken this tornado threat a little bit here, and maybe not get as much going. But there were just so many other parameters in play here that, it's not taking a whole bunch here as we're approaching sunrise to cause, problems for these different areas, these different communities here. Definitely, noteworthy, definitely impactful. Gotta be taking precaution here. Let me go ahead, see where else we want to go with this. Let's look at the spins again. If they're not as tight, and they're not near as tight right now, that's great news. Not saying you should lay your guard down, but I don't see a whole bunch of still maybe leftover debris. But let me just check because that surprises me. It's sewing up that long. I have to make sure we're not getting a weird angle. There may be another spin down here to the south that's trying to go on around US 27 that looks tighter than the two that has a tornado warning on them now. But let's check for debris up here. It's hard to see now, but I'm going to see how far that. That debris earlier, you could almost say EF0, EF1, there's a chance that in there right around here, give or take. We might have had more like an EF2 because of the way this is debris up to 6,000 or 7,000 feet. I would not be surprised at what we saw on that camera, depending on exactly how that is facing. Those could have been some power flashes from a tornado that I think kind of weakened as it got into town there a little bit, based on everything I'm seeing so far. Let me go ahead and keep looking. I know it's a pretty rural area there. Let me just try to effort some different frames here on the radar. Well, we'll just go ahead. I'm going to check something else. There's just so much we can kind of do, but one-man band. Let me just go ahead. I want to go all the way up the highest tilt there on the debris tracker and see if we can see it from the Fort Nova /4 record, and we can. So how high is that? I'm looking at another source right now. 5,000-6,000. I'm going to see how far we see it on the Tallahassee then before, we get too far off from this. So let me go ahead. I'm going all the way to the highest tilt on that. I don't really see it. Let me go to tilt 3 then. I'm just checking this here real quick. There might have been a little on that, but I'm going to do tilt 2 because I want to wait for it to be a little more definitive. It's definitely obvious on tilt 1, but I think there's a little on tilt 2 as well. But that's probably the extent of it. So there's a chance based on the debris height, because I can measure kind of, just how significant of a tornado this was. That the debris was getting up to 7,000 or 8,000 feet. That might be a little bit on the high side, estimated because let me just check tilt 1 again. Now, it also could have meant it was on the ground a good little bit there in those rural areas. This where it seemed like it was, really causing the problem. But it was definitely obvious on tilt 1. And that's a clear 6,005, 6,006, 6,700 feet up there. So that's problematic. Obviously, that could indicate something that got closer, at least based on velocity. You kind of have to keep that in mind too. And we don't know what it hit or anything like that. That's how you judge a tornado warning here, folks. Based on what it hit. That's how these get rated. Just looking at everything, putting in total, we can't know until we see the damage pictures to even have an idea of what the survey might come up with. But I guess I would think it's about 105 mile an hour EF1. We're really getting a little too specific probably though, because we don't know. I mean, that's just a guess, to be quite honest. But just, you can use debris tracker to estimate things, but nothing at all is official until there's a survey done, and then that's an estimate, you know, really based on the damage, but that's what goes down to the official rating. So again, let's go ahead and keep checking things. They canceled the tornado warning in the north now to the Weather Service in Tallahassee. Let me go to the coastal radar site again. I didn't want to see a whole bunch up there to the north, to be quite honest. That was some good news. I mean, that was almost nothing up there. I mean, it, you know, based on the history, they wanted to be safe. Maybe they saw something from the radar further up there at Maxwell or something. But we're going to watch all this on the line. You know, stuff where we could get maybe some thunderstorm warnings, maybe a little more likely with tornado possible tags once we get a little bit more instability into that, because just some of this other stuff here might have a little bit better chance to spin, but we'll definitely probably have some spin in here as well. We still got the one tornado warning for 3 more minutes here, but while we're on, because if, you know, we don't have a watch, don't have a warning, we're probably not going to keep the stream going. We'll just wrap it and come back on through the day as needed. You know, I want to kind of give you guys an idea of what to anticipate. And by the way, while we're on the topic, you know, of just to what to anticipate here, I know we're probably going to be back on here later today with updates, almost undoubtedly for something, but no formal update late Tuesday. So, very busy period, but that's, you know, very busy period. It's going to kind of wrap up after today here, meteorologically, it would seem. So, you know, we're off in terms of an update tomorrow, back late Thursday with another update here from the Weather Center. Just go ahead and mention that real quick. But let me go ahead and get HRRR up on our other source here, so we can kind of give you an idea of what to anticipate. I know when we're not on, you can go to clutter.com/radar for an interactive look at things, but the interactive radar is what I'm alluding to there. But you see, this is at 9 a.m., 10 a.m., 11 a.m., noon, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. Stuff's not moving fast. That can lead to quite a bit of, you know, flood concern. Think of what we had there at this time last year, to where Tallahassee with a flood emergency. Not that bad, but still could have some issues here. Remember, turn around, don't drown. As we look here, this is 5 o'clock. It's just, you know, Eastern Big Bend, Swanee Valley area. It's by 6 o'clock p.m., 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. So right when folks are, you know, maybe getting ready to watch that a national title game there, I know the Florida Gators, they're going to be playing against the Houston Cougars there tonight in San Antonio, and as folks get ready to watch that in Stark, Gainesville, Jacksonville, there could be some storms around, and some of those could be strong and severe. So whenever thunder roars, go indoors here. You got to be very mindful of that. That's 9 p.m. 10 p.m. you start to see a little bit of weakening. And I know another point of discussion here is that, you know, there's across the country, college basketball has had to be interrupted because of tornado warning coverage. You know, necessary coverage, at least double boxes being done, based on the need here for, you know, tornado coverage to occur in some of the different markets across the country, whether it was Memphis there, or, you know, Columbus, Mississippi, Huntsville, Alabama. I think even Nashville is on for a point there as well back on Saturday night. And by the way, that other tornado warning just went away. So let me go ahead and take that super off here, and hopefully, you know, we'll have a reprieve for a while. But it's hard to say. It's like a tropical setup here almost, where you just kind of never know. You got to stay on guard through the day. Granted, like Stark, Gainesville, don't necessarily, because it's going to be hours until this stuff gets here. But my point is, you know, the areas that have the storm, something could spin up within that really quick. So, gotta be very mindful, gotta be careful. But my point about basketball interruptions is, first off, Gainesville, WGFL, they don't have a news operation. They'll sometimes show some weather updates from West Palm Beach, but that's more during hurricane season and threats like that at this point. So, not expecting that, you know, game to be interrupted on the CBS station in Gainesville there. Because there's really not much of an ability to be, you know, having a situation like that anyway, but they might have a crow up or something, you know. It's important for weather alert information to come across there. as the concerns do arise. So just keep that in mind. But that's probably not going to get interrupted there as we're looking at things. And then in Jacksonville, they have not just CBS 47 but Fox 30. So more than likely coverage as like in 2017 when there's NFL playoff conference championship games on there that terrible day. January 22nd there, 2017. Toward South Georgia, especially, is what I'm talking about, how terrible it was with all that loss of life there tragically. What they did in Jacksonville is whatever channel had the football on at a given point, they would put tornado coverage on the opposite channel. So expect something similar if any tornado warnings do come out. I think that'll be waning some then, hopefully. Now, Orlando, Tampa could be a little trickier because that could be something where they might have to use a double box or something along those lines, or hope that would be possible. It wasn't the other day at WKMG there apparently in Orlando, so that could be a point of contention if game gets interrupted for some type of spin or Flagler County. But let's just hope, for everybody's sake here, I'm a Seminole fan, but let's hope the threat's over. Obviously, we want the threat to always be over with severe weather, but my point is, we really do not want to have, something like that get interrupted here, because that would be, an unprecedented. Tampa Orlando market would be the main concern because they don't necessarily have another station, and they do have weather news operations in-house. So, that could be an area where if the game gets interrupted, folks do need to go to like CBSSports.com. I think you can watch it there. But a lot of folks could be pretty upset. But it's about life and property, giving you that heads up. I mean, that's what it's all about here in broadcasting. So very, type of situation that can get tricky real quick. Folks aren't paying attention because that's a big deal, with threat around, but also, folks wanting to watch that game later tonight. So just kind of giving you a heads up. This is 10 o'clock tonight on the model, 11 o'clock. We're thinking things will be weakening out by then, but, early part of that game especially, there could be something, and if we have a little spin or something down toward Tampa, that wouldn't, be nice. We saw that around selection search time, ironically. They're back a few weeks ago on that Sunday night. But okay, so anyways, you're looking at things there. That's kind of the model guidance. I'm kind of breaking that down for you. That's another perspective of what it could look like at 9 o'clock. Let's do this as a trend line. How about that? So this is going to be one run, 9 o'clock tonight. Another run. Oof, I don't know if I love that up in Southeast Georgia at 9, and then this is 9. Pushes it further back. And then this one doesn't go out that far. It's the newest run, so that's why it backs it all the way up. Don't think that's, 9 to 9. That's just going to be as far as this goes out. And that's like the lunch hour. So that's kind of the storyline there. You see the lightning out toward the west right now. That's quite a bit of lightning. We may start getting some severe thunderstorm warnings if we're not careful. Now, these tornado parameters, they're lower than what we saw, obviously, even, like Saturday night in Mississippi, and a lot lower than what we had like Wednesday night in the eastern parts of Arkansas, but these are still enough in our area to cause some tornadoes like what we just saw, obviously, toward Early County. And the instability is more favorable to the south, but it's just a matter of how do things come into play here with the rotation, and you see it looks like more helicity up toward areas there about where we had that tornado just now. Some of that, parameter there's more in play up that way, and it's about where the storms are at the current time, too, in toward that. So, a lot going on, obviously. The temperature's pretty warm. We're going to have a cool down coming up later this week. Not really cold, but, it's kind of cooled down a good bit. And they're talking about maybe some 30s as we're getting up towards, central Alabama even. So, that's interesting as we look ahead in toward the timeline in terms of, toward Wednesday morning. Now, around here, not going to get that cold, in that relative fashion, but it's going to cool down a good bit. It's going to not feel like summer anymore, at least here for a little while. As we look ahead here, like Stark area, as we're looking ahead, like Tuesday night, maybe 51 degrees. Tonight, 55, because we'll start to have that core work in, and then We started to get back up to 80 again about like Thursday and today, but still in the 50s at night for a while. I mean, even toward the weekend, I might say, 40s, 50s at night, and that I see 46 there, like by Saturday night. And the weather service, I'm just glancing real quick at their forecast so we get really far out. That's nice to see that cool air and that limited severe threats across the country in general. What we do have, though, right now, not in our area, but there's a report, apparently a confirmed tornado up toward North Georgia now. This just popped up. Okay, a tornado that's actually been confirmed that they're just it straight out because there's a tornado on the ground up there, not in our area, but for areas there west of Griffin, Georgia. There's a debris signature on radar, apparently. So let's go ahead and go to our other source on that then. As we're tracking things here this morning, it's a pretty highly popular area right during the rush hour. Just the southeast side, maybe of Harrison. Let me try that again. Harrelson, maybe? I guess that's how you pronounce that. I don't see one really definitive unless I'm not getting the latest scan here, but is that it further east? Maybe, but okay, it could be. Let me just check our other mode then. I'm not even on my other mode yet with the warning. I gotta put this in here manually. I guess the other mode's down, but okay. I'm just gonna keep looking at this. Okay, that may be it right there. Yeah, I guess that could be the debris. That's at 30 seconds past 22 minutes. That's 9 seconds past. Yeah, that's probably the tornado right in there, right low down on the radar there. That's the southeast of Peachtree City. Again, tornado on the ground headed up towards State Road 16 there in south, metro areas of Atlanta per se. I guess you could call them here. Not right in the immediate, like highest density traffic, but I'm sure there's still quite a few folks on the road right now that could all of a sudden get caught up in a tornado here, bowling on out. And that's headed up, further inward like areas there in Spalding County. As we're looking at things, this is west of Spalding County right now. Looks like here, I'm trying to see my lines, but it looks like Coweta County there, or that tornado would be on the ground in North Georgia. Again, we had one in South Georgia on the ground that we were on for here a little while ago. No local warnings at the moment, but we have a tornado on the ground in North Georgia. It's a tornado warning for Spalding, southeastern Fayette, northeastern Meriwether, northern Pike, southwestern Henry, southwestern Butts, southeastern Coweta, and southeastern Clayton counties until 8 o'clock there. At 7:20, a tornado-producing storm was located over the community of Digby there at 13 miles northwest of Daylong, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. A damaging tornado in the warning include Blacksville, Stars Mill, Woolsey, Walker Mill, McDonough, Harrelson, as we were, trying to describe a moment ago, Hollandville, Inman, Locust Grove, Rover, and then Williamson, Highland Mills, Brooks, Community of Experiment, East Griffin, Birdie, and Sunnyside. I know folks in the state of Georgia, they're thinking about the Masters, in Augusta. And right now, though, they have to be thinking about this here further up in Georgia. That's the tornado on the ground. It looks like the debris right there. Yeah. So a tornado about to cross over State Road 16. Let me see if I can get I'm not sure if there's going to be a traffic camera in there. I kind of doubt it. But let me just look at this while we're on here. Since, I want to go off with a tornado on the ground, even if it's not in our area. With this right there, we're probably catching people off guard. I mean, today's tornado risk doesn't even, tornado today especially starts for SBC in about 35 minutes. They don't even have them under a tornado risk up there, or even a severe risk. So, yikes. This is, we had a risk up there to some degree yesterday, but this is not, a good situation here overall. Kind of probably catching people off guard a little bit. Hopefully, doesn't, stay on the ground much longer as we're tracking the situation. Again, just trying to give you guys the very latest update. They weren't even under the risk for last night, really. It doesn't look like. So this is still an ongoing tornado right there over State Road 16 in North Georgia. What are the parameters looking like up there? They're already kind of... I mean, look, you don't have surface keeps on it very much. There's a 30 or so joules per kilogram, and that's not even set up in the color table. Supercell composites passed. STP's passed. But there's a little bit of velocity that's kind of near, but yikes. Not great. They're not, is there any lighting with that? I don't think there is. Well, there is to the north, but right with it now. I mean, I was going to refer to that Valdosta tornado from about 10 years ago. There's a little bit of analog there in that regard, but again, just continuing to track this here. Tornado on the ground in North Georgia this morning, doing damage. Right in here, south of Brooks. That's in the parts of Spalding County now. I think toward Coweta County, it looked like. We're starting to see something develop there. What was that before? There's something on this before it even had the warning, but not something I was really watching myself because it's not in my area. Warning went out at 7:20. I mean, they said it was a tornado producing storm, so it could have been. Okay, it looks like it's 7. Let's see here. Yeah, Meriwether County at 7:16. It looked like I might already had a debris signature. And it kind of went away, maybe. Yeah, so it looks like it's gone over 3 counties then with a tornado from Meriwether County into toward Coweta County and now into toward part of Spalding, but it looks like it's headed into Fayette County now. Yeah, I think it's into Fayette County. That's 4 counties now with this, hopefully weather we type tornado on the ground, but again, not exactly what you want to see to start off your day there in North Georgia. And obviously, we already had a tornado in South Georgia. That's what prompted us to cut in. So again, tracking that situation here. It's not what we want to see, obviously, on this Monday morning. I'm going to zoom out just a tad on this. I'm just trying, looking at some camera perspectives here. I'm looking to zoom in band, obviously. I'm just seeing if there's anything that I can kind of pull up. At least right off the top, I don't see anything, but it's moving rather quickly. Northeast at 45 miles an hour. I'm starting to hit some homes. So it started around here, southeast of Harrelson, and then northeast of Albason, it would seem. Just trying to kind of scrub it. I'm going to like it faded a little in there and that. Right in here. Next scan, maybe right in there. But then we start to see it kind of come back, it would seem. So I don't know if that's a different area or just something becoming more definitive. So on here it's more obvious. So I may be misreading that a little bit. Yeah, nasty situation. I'm going to check to see how high the debris is going on that if I can. My other source is not wanting to load here right now. It's completely stopped. Okay, there we go. Okay, resetting that now. Let me go ahead and say here. I know it's not to that level, but it reminds you a little bit of that small rift they had around Atlanta a year ago, and they had that deadly tornado hit toward the Georgia Dome. I don't think this is anything to that level. It's just the idea of not having a risk and having something on the ground for several minutes up in that area. So, not ideal, obviously. Okay, so let's see if this goes all the way up on the tilt. It does. Ew. Not what I was afraid of. I mean, that's a pretty strong tornado as well, then. Well, I take that back a little because I forget the radar is way down there, so. I kind of take that back a little. I forget the radar's not, at Atlanta really, so. Let's check a different radar and do the tilts. Still may be up there pretty high. As we're looking at things. I forget how close that one radar was. I don't really see it on that radar. So let me see if there's any other radar I can go to. Yeah, I don't really can't go as high on these. I'm sure it's not going to up there. So let me go ahead and go back to this mode. Nonetheless, this is a tornado touching down in a pretty highly populated area, not what you want to see. At least there, points some higher population in there. But we could definitely find ourselves in a much more populated spot in that part of the country. It's still showing a tornado touchdown on the other mode here. Again, continuing to track this. We're just going to do tornado warning for Jackson County now in the Florida Panhandle, just west of our area there. 7 miles north of Mariana, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. Again, still tracking things. I know we're so close access on that radar, but it's not exactly what you want to see to have that just stay up there it's up to a few thousand feet, but still, let's see, even 100-mile-an-hour winds. Sitting on the ground here during that morning commute, even if it's not in the most populated area, and most of this, there's an intersection, even it hits, and that's a problem. So, right here in the morning commute. Okay, the other tornado warning now that just got issued for Jackson County. And let's take these off here. Okay, this is headed toward our area if it holds together. Now that radar is not showing it very well at all. Nothing compared to the other tornado warning to the north. But let's keep on checking this. Oh, I see what the issue is though. I weakened so quick though, and that angle on the radar, I wonder about that angle a little because let me check the Tallahassee radar to see. Yeah, it's rotating on there too, so I'm just set the other radar. It's not showing much at all on that. So I'm going between Eglin, Fort Novosel / Fort Rucker, and then Tallahassee. So if you guys are wondering what I'm doing there. Let me go ahead and keep looking here. Let's see overall risk. I know the risk doesn't start at 8 a.m. technically, but I know it's just a little bit frustrating to see a confirmed tornado like this. We're on the ground several minutes, that's not in, didn't look like either risk you're doing before 8 a.m. or after 8 a.m. at this point, so not great here. Just gotta hope it stays out of the most densely populated areas there in North Georgia. Again, that's a tornado warning for Butts, Clayton, Fayette, Henry, and Spalding counties at 8 o'clock. And then this one here, we're sticking with it right now because this one could be headed back into our area here soon. I will say that I don't, have a amount of rotation with that. That's near as tight as the other one, but it was set up a little bit more a minute ago. This is for Northwestern Jackson County, actually 7 a.m. Central Time because that's just into the Central Time Zone. I was moving northeast at 35 miles an hour, and this is the risk here for past 8 a.m. technically. As we look at things, I mean, you have the dark green, that's a 2% tornado risk in general, and then the yellow is a 5%. That 5% is where you can have a tornado watch issue, and that does include areas there, just southeast of Augusta. Augusta's under 2%, where Masters, festivities, folks are trying to have them to take place today, at least ahead of the main event, but that 5% could get a tornado watch if we start, keeping these warnings up here for on and off, becomes more on. Then we could end up getting a tornado watch here ultimately. So there's also 15% wind risk. So that's like from Stark, through Tallahassee in the Florida counties, and then in Georgia. I mean, that goes for a wide range as well. I mean, this could be a pretty active day if things stay like they're staying here over this last hour or so, because there are enough parameters to cause problems. As we're looking at some of them. Let me go ahead. I know it is surprising to see the one further to the north to stay intact like that, though. I need the one to the south. We gotta watch it because it's hitting our area. Let me give you a heads up about our area here for that, because I don't, want to focus too much on the one that's not anywhere close to our area. Even though this one is not as impressive, this one here, as I switch to this radar, would be moving more towards Seminole County here next little bit. So we're just going to have to keep our eyes on that. Tornado warning could get issued over there if that holds together. As for tracking things, as for monitoring. Let's go back to the north, though, for now, because that one, I don't, really want to stop talking about that until the debris signature stops on it. That's still showing something. It didn't look as, crazy as it did. That looks more like a tornado that might not be down anymore, thankfully, but, that may have been some toggling here between some things. Around Sunnyside to the south, between there and Highland Mills is where, if it's still on the ground, it'll be crossing US 19 center if it's about to touch down again. But we have a tornado on the ground for that long like that. I mean, I think I saw it before that frame, because these aren't timed up. That may have just been out ahead, and our radar is kind of messing up here. This is 716. That's 716. So they confirmed it at 720. So I may have confirmed it with something like this. So that's definitely there. Definitely there. Definitely there. Definitely there. Still there. Still there. To some degree, but it's starting to fade now. 738. So that's a tornado that was on the ground for about 15 to 20 minutes, give or take, there. And there, that didn't have that big of a risk. I mean, right into the radar is just easier to see. That might be part of the whole deal, making it worse than it is. Be interesting to hear the storyline on that. That's not our area. We weren't planning to come on for anything like that up there. So, we were on for our early county tornado, which we did have a warning on, and a confirmed tornado with, albeit probably you know, something that went on the ground as long as that one. So this one down in Early County that we were tracking may, you know, have been as strong or a little bit stronger even because the debris height seemed to be a little bit higher on that even. So, but that sometimes could correlate to just a lot of it too. But the height generally would correlate more toward just, you know, the strength of it. Again, continuing to track things here this morning. And we're really kind of getting deep into some meteorology conversations here, you know, and specific, I guess, details here on things. It's just when we talk about weather for a week straight, with severe weather, sometimes, you know, we try to understand the whys here, even talking out loud with you guys. And, you know, we haven't had a local severe really, except for a couple random mornings Wednesday, since last Monday with local stuff. So, you know, but we've had to be on so much for nationals, so I know it maybe seem like I'm going a little bit too in depth on some of this here, but you know, we've been on a lot. I've been on a lot for the national coverage, so now we're back to local though, and we may have different viewers tuning in and different viewers tuning out. I just want you guys to know, you know, we're always here for our local area. Whenever there's a tornado warning storm moving through the 62 counties, but you know, I've been looking at things so much out to the west lately, and we're just trying to kind of get a handle on it, and you know. It's just how things kind of work sometimes. So that's the different platforms I'm on though. Facebook, there, Casey Cloud Every Acts, Cloud Weather, Twitter, so that's at Cloud Casey, YouTube at Cloud Weather, Twitch Cloud Weather, and then cloudweather.com is all the different platforms. I know, you know, the local areas where I focus, you know, we're on for every one of these, not just, you know, the bigger deals, you know, the bigger storyline. But again, let's just go ahead and keep looking here. This tornado warning, we're going to watch that in Jackson County. You see some of that circulation east of Bascom. And we also have a spin that's pretty broad, honestly, not warned west of Donaldsonville. It doesn't need to be warned, I don't think. I'm not saying it does by any stretch. There is Roy Weed coming. And same up here to the north, but we just have to watch these for, you know, see if something tries to tighten. But again, you know, this is right here is what is warned. There's enough there, you know, for some concern. So that's east of Bascom right now. You know, this stuff's gonna get stronger, get weaker in this setup. So this is kind of the nature of it sometimes here. So the concern level kind of wobble around here per se as we're looking at this scenario. By the way, wind advisory now for some of the Jacksonville counties, so kind of breezy here as we look ahead. You know, even ahead of some of the rain action and storm action. Let's go back up to that tornado warning now just for Henry and Spalding counties in Georgia. And they're still going to confirm it based on that, at least remnant debris signature there. Southeast to Sunnyside. Moving up toward maybe Luella there and Locust Grove. You know, toward the interstate, obviously. You'd be thinking there's more folks out there, and that's something that they got to really contend with the potential of it, even though hopefully it's weakening off some. We shall see. Let's keep looking here. I know we may have some, you know, views out of Florida 5-1 cameras. I just don't know. They saw a whole bunch with this being, you know, a little ways away and possibly, you know, not even producing. So I'm not sure if it's even worth going to those. We went to that one, you know, primarily around Blakely there earlier on, and it was definitely definitive in that it wasn't the greatest weather, and there may have been even some power flashes in the distance with it. So again, just continuing to check things here. Trying to see if there's any new information. I don't see anything right off, by the way, anything new. I'll keep checking, I'll keep tracking. I know as we get into toward that Tuesday, the 8th, that's the 1-year anniversary of the solar eclipse, by the way, the total solar eclipse, it was total part of the country as we're looking further west. And then tomorrow's also that baseball game in Gainesville. Both teams, Florida especially, but even Florida State, struggling at this point in baseball. And that weather though for that game at least should be really, really nice. So that's good news. As we go ahead and look here, though, I'm looking at things like the Tampa, Orlando area, Northwest is the TV market is where the threat cuts off for severe weather as we're looking ahead later tonight. But then there's at least a little bit of one tomorrow in toward Miami area to the Florida Keys. We could have some damage and wind gusts. So I still think we could have a lingering warning all the way down toward Tampa, Orlando, right at the wrong time. During that college basketball championship game tonight, though. Hopefully it ends up being like a sort of thunderstorm warning situation and not, if we have anything at all, which we don't want, of course, but we hope it's not a tornado warning situation. I don't think anybody wants to, have to deal with that, and that maybe having to interrupt the game there. A lot of Gator fans probably wouldn't be too happy, but, it's also important about protecting folks with tornado coverage. And hopefully double boxes can be utilized in that type of situation. If not, then, the tornado coverage would just take priority. And then folks would have to go to cbssports.com, I believe it would be, to watch the game during that point in time. When the weather coverage is taken over, watch the weather coverage on one screen and, game on the other if the double box cannot be utilized. Mainly talking about Orlando, Tampa, I would think, because Jacksonville is using an alternative channel. Gainesville doesn't really have local weather broadcast there. They're, the ones they do have are mostly recorded, or sometimes they'll do stuff in the tropical season here. If it's live, then it would probably be during like hurricane coverage, and it's out at West Palm Beach. So, as we go ahead and look here, as we track things, as we monitor. This is, something we're going to watch. I hate to jump off and then we get another tornado warning pop up in our area. We had that, impressive signature in North Georgia. Let's see if this is anything, more to it now. Surprised they're still calling that confirmed at this point. I would have thought they would have went down the radar indicated by now, but okay, they just canceled a tornado warning for Jackson County, so we don't have a tornado warning anymore approaching our area. We had to, 2 in our area that we were on for. We had the one in North Georgia that was confirmed, and then we had that one approaching. But now we just have the one that's, weakening up in North Georgia, still technically confirmed, and this one's gone now. But we need to watch this area moving toward Colquitt there, or I guess some folks may call it, since it's not the county name, Colquitt there in Miller County. Colquitt County is all I know called Colquitt, but we're watching this, wind enhancement headed toward that community there in Miller County. As we're tracking things here this morning, that could get some type of warning depending on how things evolve on us here in toward the timeline. Now we're just going to keep on watching the progression there. See if that, intensifies a little bit further. It's not enough for an advisory now, but the advisories in this type of situation where things are just going to spin up, those aren't going to be a priority. They may just go straight from nothing to, no watch, no advisory, anything to a tornado warning that I believe already happened earlier on around Blakely. So we had a confirmed tornado. So this is that type of setup. We got to really be paying attention here and have multiple ways to get alerts. Things could change rapidly here in this type of weather situation. And they're going to put some of these winds on. They're going to update on us here. And, definitely a little breezy out ahead even, of the storminess. I see our radar out at Moody Air Force Base, unfortunately, is not working right now. So that's going to leave a little bit of a gap here. But hopefully Tallahassee and Jacksonville radars can kind of pick up the slack on that and be able to see good enough into these storms to get the proper warnings on them through the day. By those, valuable National Weather Service meteorologists that issue them there at the different offices, whether it's, Jacksonville for part of our area, Tallahassee for another part, or for Levy County in our area. It's the Tampa office that's in charge. So, again, let's keep looking at some things. There's your infrared satellite, that viewpoint. let me go ahead and remind you guys of our risk today. You know, the yellow areas where the tornado risk is, expected to maximize. So, including Tallahassee, Thomasville, Adel, Valdosta, Perry, Tipton, Fitzgerald. I know situation here where this type of risk sometimes, it can really come into play, and then sometimes it can kind of fade real quick. So, it's a day where you could hear from me a lot, or it's a day where you might not hear from me a lot here throughout. We'll see. And it can be iffy if we get enough heating, enough instability, and enough, twisting to kind of come down to the surface. We could be pretty busy here today, and over the center and in the evening even. Not out of the question. Of course, we're going to be off late, tomorrow night, so no update then. We'll be back late Thursday. I'm off late tomorrow because of everything we've had to deal with here nationally, and now back locally again here with this pattern that we're in. What a nasty weather scenario it's been. We're going to have that cool down. It's going to be pretty nice as we look ahead, as I was alluding to earlier on. But as you see, the model guidance here, this is 8 o'clock at projection, 9 o'clock. Anywhere you see red, I mean, there's a chance, not a huge chance, but just if you add all the chances together, one of these areas could, at each given time have a chance to have some type of severe warning, even a tornado warning on it. So, somewhere within a segment of this. So, this is 9 a.m., 10 a.m., 11 a.m., noon, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. I mean, again, it's a situation where a lot of stuff's pretty strong. If there's not an extra push, then it may not get, much crazier than that. A lot of strong storms around. Rain, gusty winds, lightning. But if you get a little bit more of a push, and all of a sudden you take all these storms into severe, and we'll see if they, stay there, they keep going up and down, or severe or tornadic, and then not warned again. It's tricky. It's tricky, but the rain chance is pretty high overall. Most folks are going to, within this period before midnight, they're going to get some rain and some storms in our region. So this is 2 o'clock, the forecast model this afternoon. You see around Tallahassee, not a great day of classes there in terms of storminess for Tallahassee. And then Valdosta State and the like either. And then you see the progression tonight. It's going to get into toward Gainesville when folks are trying to watch, maybe even outdoor parties. Trying to watch that national title game. That is not a good idea. Those outdoor parties, I would not think here. As we're looking at things, toward that Gainesville area tonight, those outdoor parties may not go too well. As we see a new severe thunderstorm warning is popping up in our area now, Baker, Early, and Miller counties, because the warning, lightning information, current models for tonight. That's 7 o'clock around Gainesville, 8 o'clock. Even if you're not having lightning and storms, you're probably going to at least have rain around there. And that might even be more something 10 o'clock tonight. So, even if you're not having severe weather at that point, it's not a night for outdoor parties, probably, for, watching that. Hopefully, there'll be plenty of room inside to watch that game at different establishments there and venues across the region. So, again, looking here at the Doppler perspective, this is that new severe thunderstorm warning now. Let's see how this is kind of going. There's a tornado possible tag on it. Baker, Early, and Miller until 8:45 this morning. Also, there's a new tornado warning in North Georgia for what we were watching. It's a radar indicator one for Henry County. Tornado warning up there. But back to our local warning. So the statement on this at 7:52. Severe thunderstorm located. That's the one we're watching then. You saw that one I was showing you guys there. It's near that community. Colquitt, and moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. The warning includes Miller, Baker, and East Central Early counties until 8:45 a.m. So you gotta watch out for rotation. Could tighten up with little or no advance warning into something, that's actually more tornadic in nature. That looks like it is trying to tighten up from when we're looking at it. It's more parallel. And now we're starting to see a tightening. It looks like they're moving toward the northwest side of town. You may get a tornado warning with that here pretty soon. That keeps tightening up. Definitely looks like that's trying to get its act together there in Miller County. Yeah, it's not overwhelming, don't get me wrong. But that's going to be crossing there. US 27 here pretty soon north of the community there in Miller County. You just don't want to be traveling there on, on US 27 if you have a situation like this trying to take hold. So again, we're watching that severe thunderstorm warning at 8:45 this morning. We had the 2 local tornado warnings. We've had tornado warnings, outside of our area as well popping up. Gotten rather active here. Again, trying to keep you guys up to date. Okay, so may end up being pronounced a Colquitt, a city, as well as the county. I know the county name is, but just for the city name. So some maybe thought that it was different, but no, I think it is. I should know by now, but we always know about Colquitt County, but it is Colquitt apparently, the city name too, as we're watching things, as we're tracking things. So. Again, still watching this here this morning. I wanted to see if there's any traffic hammered in that area. Let me go ahead. There is a camera there. Okay. Oh, but is it pointed down at the road, really? Oh, like in the preview, it's pointed down at the road. That's not going to be helpful here for us. On the DDOT, the Georgia Department of Transportation Camera Network System. Yeah, it's pointed down at the road. I'll show you guys real quick, but we're not going to keep an eye on this. I mean, this is not that helpful as you see that vehicle pass by. So that's the storyline there. Maybe from some other event, wind event or something might have knocked that down. I'm not sure, but as we go ahead and keep on looking at things here, we're just seeing if this tightens up here in toward Miller County this morning. Again, just monitoring the situation very carefully with this tornado possible tag. The National Weather Service in Tallahassee has issued a thunderstorm warning for Miller County, southwestern Georgia, Baker County in southwestern Georgia, and east central Early County in southwestern Georgia. A 752 a severe thunderstorm is located near Colquitt. They're moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts possible there and around Ivy's Mill, Milford, Damascus, Crestview, Georgia, the Mayhawk community, Hawkinstown, Newton, Mimsville, Enterprise, Harmony Church Road, Highway 45, Colquitt, Old Damascus, Jeterville, Cooktown, Elmodale, WMA, Bethany, Hintown, and also the Bellevue community. So remain alert for possible tornado to spin up. Tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. If you spot a tornado, go at once into the basement or small central room in a sturdy structure. So very important to keep in mind here as we're tracking this morning on the Doppler perspective. So we have this warning in play. We have that wind coming into town. Looks like wind about 45 miles an hour. After that community there, Colquitt, it looks like it's going to get, a lot more sparsely populated. So if we don't have a tornado warning issue, in the next several minutes, and I don't see it strengthening otherwise, I may wrap it up. We're going to play this out a few more minutes as this comes through town there in Miller County. The winds on that are up there, but I'd almost make the argument it was trying to be a little bit stronger a moment ago. Maybe that frame was tight, a little bit tighter even than this frame, but now that frame's coming right, northwest side of town to US 27. Almost a precautionary measure right now to have a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag, just so if it strengthens a little bit more, they can just go with a tornado warning here, and folks aren't caught off guard as much at least. So, if at all, because the tornado possible tag, if you're seeing that, at least you kind of know there's that small chance in there. But around Mariana there. We're watching that weak rotation and wind enhancement on the Doppler. Same southwest to Donaldsonville. None of these are honestly look that impressive. That's obviously the most impressive there. We have the warning. A little something here on Leary. It's not in the right spot though, I don't think. We'll watch it though. Definitely watch it. Again, this warning does continue. I need to switch to tilt 1. And as we keep looking at this, I don't see any debris right now. That looks very weak. Not saying there couldn't be something there, but we're looking pretty far down. I don't see a whole bunch, so that's good, obviously. We have a severe thunderstorm warning, including that community there, as we're looking toward portions of Baker, Early and Miller counties in southwestern Georgia at 8:45 a.m. Again, going to be a very long day, as we talked about with the forecast that there. No tighter, but there is some wind in that community. We're going to watch it. This is very marginal right now. I did see some, enhancement in it, but this is a very marginal, lower end type of warning right on the edge of whether it needs a warning or not. So, as we go ahead and continue to watch this situation here, just kind of get an idea of the progression of things as we look ahead into the timeline if you're just tuning in. Because there is, a big sporting event tonight. I'm a Seminole, graduated there, but, we have a lot of Gator fans, obviously, that are very interested in tonight. And, the game's decided in San Antonio, and we're not worried about the weather there. But, and it looks, like a no rain forecast there. But my point being is any, if there was like outdoor viewing events of it tonight in Gainesville, I would say no. I mean, quite honestly, I'm be pretty definitive about that. I mean, I would say no. Because even if you don't get severe weather, definitely a chance of lightning, heavy rain, some gusty winds. Because I'll show you guys what the forecast looks like here. We'll show you guys here at, that's 9 o'clock, so you think, okay, that's not too bad, but look at 10 o'clock. That's a problem. 9 o'clock isn't great either, but 10 o'clock is heavy rain. And if you had like an outdoor party, that's, there's just any lightning in there, that can be really dangerous. So hopefully, I'm not 100% sure, but hopefully, University of Florida there would have some type of plan to maybe have folks watch it in the basketball arena tonight. That keeps everybody a lot safer than having, multiple parties. Some of them maybe outdoor on different, parts of campus there, something like that. You need to be inside. I'm not saying this is like the worst severe weather situation I've ever seen, or even that big of a severe weather situation. It's just the idea of being outside with one lightning strike. That's possible at 10 o'clock tonight around Gainesville. So hopefully there's some plans in play there. But as we go ahead and keep on looking at things, that's just the view as we look, at one of the views as we get past sunset. So, gotta keep watching, gotta keep track. And this is gonna be a long day here in the Weather Center, very long. It's been a long last week, and after today, it's gonna kind of wind down some. The worst it is, for, not much at all. Maybe a little threat in the Keys tomorrow, but other than that, I mean, it really calms down for a while meteorologically and locally and nationally for at least about a week, give or take. But it's crazy to see, chances of freezes up toward, Missouri as we look ahead. But the storyline, Oklahoma there, they had some snow yesterday around Oklahoma City and the like. As we watch this here, it's a crazy weather pattern. No debris, no tornado warning, severe thunderstorm warning. No, that's more wind enhancement now in Colquitt. I tell you what, that really kind of picked up right over town. And guess what? We've now got a tornado warning, so we got to stick with this. Okay, that wind did pick up some with that. The rotation heading to Titus, but that wind picked up, and now they decided to issue a tornado warning now at 8:30. The National Weather Service there in Tallahassee. So at 8:05, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located over Colquitt, moving east at 35 miles an hour. So tornado warning, the red box will be here momentarily as we track things, as we monitor things here this morning. Continuing to give you guys the very latest on exactly what's going on. A tornado warning once again here in southwestern Georgia. We have some spin there, moving out of town, moving, northeast there of town. We already had one confirmed tornado in Early County earlier this morning. We're in Miller County with this now. This is one of our 62 counties. That's why we have to stick with this. Our local area is our priority. And you see Early County, I believe, actually part of the Tallahassee, or take that back, Miller County. That's where this is, not Early. We had one in earlier. Now this is in Miller County. And Miller County is actually technically part of the Tallahassee DMA, as I'm aware, which is kind of interesting because it kind of sticks out compared to the others for Albany. But our 62 counties were the ones on there. We don't cover like every single county in the Albany region that they cover on TV, or sometimes we cover more counties, depending. You saw how it was laid out. But again, a new tornado warning now popping up east there in Miller County, east of the community of Colquitt. We have that little segment here. This is not the tightest thing I've ever seen, but we've already had an environment hit with a history of producing a tornado earlier on in Early County, and now this is in Miller County. So we have to be here for you guys. We have to be here to guide you through it. Again, a tornado warning here on the board until about 8:30 this morning. Again, take those tornado precautions immediately. By the way, new flood advisory now for parts of Seminole County until 10 a.m. this morning. But we have this local tornado warning here on the board. So please take shelter. Let me give you a geography again. So there's the community of Colquitt there. This is off to the north and east. It is tightening up some, quite honestly, as we're looking at it. It's definitely intensified in these last few frames, looking at another mode here as well. So again, take those tornado precautions. This will be headed up, eventually there toward like the Newton community. It's on a path toward Baconton as well. Hopefully it doesn't, hold together, that long as we're looking at things. Hopefully this fades pretty quick, but you just never know. Again, at least I'm not seeing any debris. Again, this is a tornado warning. This is in Miller County, headed up into Baker County in Georgia. We cover Baker, Florida, and Baker, Georgia. Looks like we cover Clay, Florida, and Clay, Georgia. But this is in Georgia here. This is in Miller County right now, headed into Baker County, Georgia, eventually. And maybe even Mitchell County, depending on the progression, how long it holds together. Just gotta stay aware. Gotta stay tuned. Again, we're live with you on this Monday morning with this tornado warning, this little notch here. Kind of sticking out southeast of Damascus, northeast of Colquitt there in Miller County. Headed up toward Newton, headed toward Baconton. You see that wind there, that 60-mile-an-hour wind there, and that one mode on base velocity. And then you add all these together, that's about 65-mile-an-hour winds. Maybe like an EF0 tornado. If this is sampling what's right toward the surface and it actually touches down. Now it's a little above it, so it may not be the exact number, but You know, we did have a debris signature and something earlier on, and that height would suggest it was a little bit stronger than what the wind pixels were showing there in Raleigh County. But we just have to be mindful. This is an idea of what type of winds you can have with a tornado on a 665 to 85. That could be what we have in here, but if it's not down, then you don't have anything. Now, that may be trying to get down. It wasn't definitive there, but it looked like it's a start, unfortunately. Maybe next scan showing something is actually on the ground. If that trend continues, you're going to be seeing another one of these here very soon off toward the north and east, unfortunately. It's probably where this is headed based on that strengthening. Be surprised, unless we really see it decay in the next scan or two, that they're probably going to see another one of these, maybe in the National Weather Service in Tallahassee. Again, still watching things here with this. We were on for national coverage as warranted the other day, but when we're on local, we have to be on a lot more because, it's our priority, our, mantra to cover all 62 counties, any tornado warning storm that moves through. We've been doing that for over 5 years now. Under national, you can't cover every one of them, but locally you can. That's what we're trying to do here at Cloud Weather. So I'm just checking some things if you see all the different movement on the screen, but this feels like it's going to have a debris signature that's definitive next scan, but not a guarantee. Just hope not. As we keep on tracking this. Oh, it didn't show up, so that's good. I'm just going to move a little bit, but I am kind of curious if that rotation shows up further over. I'll keep looking because we're about to get a new scan on this, but let me do something with this. I'm just going to, if the rotation's in here, there may be a little bit of something, or even just to the north. But it's a little bit off. Makes me think there's probably not anything. Can't guarantee, that for sure, but we are looking a few thousand feet up on this one, so you have to be on the ground a little bit to be able to see the debris. There's probably enough justification to issue a new tornado warning further downstream if these trends continue. Let's just start to weaken a little more. It looked like that frame was a little tighter than this current frame, so we want that trend to continue. There are some homes out here. You can see them. Inward parts of Baker County, Georgia. Those might even be, areas there. I'm just trying to figure that out. That might actually just be fields, quite honestly. I was going to say there might be mobile homes in there or something, which is possible too, but that doesn't look, looks more like land areas, or maybe not really where too many folks are. So as we continue to track that, I can't get much further than that. Yeah, it looks like more like just, sparse population. As I keep looking there this morning, keep tracking. Again, gonna be here through the day as needed, but no formal update late tomorrow, late Tuesday. That update is, is something where I'll be off because we've been on for so long here over these days. These days previous, hands are tracking things, and the weather will be calmer as well. But looking after Fort Rucker/Fort Novus, so radar right now we have this spin northeast of Colquitt and Miller County. And we're off to a pretty, busy start with these tornado warnings here. Yesterday, there were some, toward the southeast, but let me do the math on this. I mean, we honestly didn't have, anywhere near the number we'd been having, but by this time yesterday for the rest of the day, we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This one got in right before midnight, so 8 tornado warnings you know, as from this time yesterday into midnight. But now, this morning, we've already had, since midnight, in the country, southeast, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we're definitely going to probably be having more ending up by the end of the day with the count today. You know, from midnight through the rest of the day than we had from this time yesterday to midnight. So a little bit of an uptick here in some ways. I don't have it on my screen to see how many we had before, you know, before that time yesterday. Okay, now that I think about it, though, I know there were a lot. So I don't know that, you know, exact day-to-day counts then, because we did have quite a few stronger tornadoes in the night last night. Not this last night, but the other last night. This is how long we've been going, you know, on and off. We covered Saturday night and Sunday. I mean, we had some stronger tornadoes. I had to retweet some stuff there at Cloud Casey on Twitter/X. So if you factor that in, it might be a different story. But as you're getting, you know, past sunrise, anyway, we didn't, you know, have just a total inundation and tornado warning, you know, information coming on in. But just continuing to give you guys the very latest here. Okay, that is weakening some from that angle. There's at least a little hope. I don't know if it's that much at this point, but little hope that maybe they end up going with this day severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag as this moves toward Newton if we don't get a debris signature. Again, we're just going to keep on tracking this. Keep on monitoring this. From my understanding, though, Memphis issued, I believe, over 100 tornado warnings, though, with this last, you know, event. Going back here, just the, you know, the month, I think maybe so far a week we had. So I guess you kind of count back a little bit there. Let me see what that tweet was actually, because, you know, I try to mention some of that stuff. Got all that flooding up there, river flooding, still a threat further out, but still gonna be a threat continuing. Yeah, so in the last several days, Memphis issued 270 warnings, including 49 for flash flooding, 115 severe thunderstorm warnings, and 106 tornado warnings. It's a lot. Okay, speaking of a lot, new tornado warning has gone ahead and got issued there. It just got issued, so again, just continue to try that. We need to stick with this a little longer now, obviously. Okay, so it popped up under this source. It hadn't yet here, but it will momentarily at 8:18. There you go. It's a thunderstorm warning, you know, type of situation. You know, it's still being viewed with the yellow box in play, but also now we have enough rotation to prompt a tornado warning further downstream. So that this storm is capable of producing a tornado about 11 miles northeast of the community of Colquitt, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. So, and they're still continuing to warning further back just to be on the safe side. That's for the same area as that spin right in here. Again, it looks weaker, but we can't let our guard down here, obviously. Can't let our guard down this morning. As the situation's ongoing, and it's very active. Just efforting some more information from other sources here this morning. Just trying to keep everybody safe and informed. It's all about protecting you, your friends, your family. moving toward Newton. It definitely looks weaker, but if you're under tornado warning, you're advised to take your tornado precautions, obviously. Get an interior room away from windows, and, you don't want to be a mobile home, so, if you have enough time, try to evacuate a mobile home and seek safer shelter, safer structure. As we go back over here, you see this spin, you see this tornado warning. That's very broad at this point, quite honestly, off of this radar. But you gotta take heed. You gotta take heed of it. Kind of moving up somewhere, and so I go and put a track on this. Somewhere maybe like this, which would probably make it past north of Newton proper, but I know you can't really see Newton under that good, but I'll zoom out a little. And now you can, but you had probably passed something a little bit north of town, but you still got to take your tornado precautions there. As we're looking with this warning, including portions of Baker County, Georgia, as the circulation moves out of parts of Miller County, Georgia here this morning. So again, we're still tracking this. We're still monitoring it here in the weather centers. Let's go ahead and keep looking here at this spin. It's a lot broader than it was from this angle, but let's check some of these other angles. So we can't check, unfortunately, Moody is down, but let's check Tallahassee. Pretty broad from that as well. They're rotating over. A couple of areas is rotating back out there, though. In Jackson County, that may have to be watched. And then as we go ahead and look at things here, not much up at Eggland, but that's too far probably to get a good signal off of. And then as we get up further north, yeah, not much there. That's too far away. We're watched up in central Georgia. There's some severe thunderstorm warnings. We already had the history of tornado production out of some of this stuff, though, up there. So, again, continuing to watch it. Continue to track. Trying to keep you guys safe and informed. So important. Again, we're still live with you. Trying to keep you up to date on the latest weather developments. Very busy morning. Monday morning, at least the rest of the week is not, at least, weather-wise looking like this. That's a positive. A lot calmer after today for a while. A little bit of spin west of Albany, though. Let's check that on the other radar that's closer. Let's check it there. Yeah, a little bit of weak rotation moving over to Albany. Not overwhelming, but that's a more populated area. That's going to be, a cause to watch there. That's, headed probably right on the north side of Albany, which is, quite a bit of population, quite a few businesses there. Not really tight, no warning yet. We got to watch it, got to track it here. We've seen a signal from a few different radars, a weak signal, mind you, but so watch down there, we watch up there. This is where the official tornado warnings are for that one spin. I'm just going to keep tracking it. Keep monitoring it. Again, take those tornado precautions. Interior room away from windows. Just make sure you're taking shelter. Very important to do that. Very important to take those tornado precautions. Again, that's what it's all about here at Clouded Weather. Making sure you guys are staying safe and staying informed. Again, you see that little bulge out there with it? That can be a sign of some concern. Just got to take heed of it. Again, that doesn't look like the most impressive spin at this point, but you just have to continue to take precaution. very broad, but there's a little bit of a area that, could indicate a spin from the Doppler reflectivity. Again, just make sure you're taking shelter. Back out to the west, some of there is a spin that could start getting more warnings here through the morning. Again, all these, threats here that we have to pay attention to. Definitely have to pay attention. It's so important to take heed here of these severe weather dangers. Not a whole bunch of lightning, but there's a little. There's a little. As you see toward Jackson County, we're seeing that lightning, that heavy rain. Toward Baker County and Miller County, you see heavy rain, but in this spot it could be embedded circulations. In Dougherty County, you have some spin. Could have an embedded circulation there, but there's no official warning. Not enough probably for a warning yet. But that's in a kind of a not as good of a signal area on radar. So just be mindful. Just be mindful that could be something that gets one. I know there are some views here in the meteorology community, like a TV station radar. We don't have access to it, but it's one that WALB does, and they might have a better view on this. It's the gray television stations radar that comes out of, I believe it's America Star, if I'm remembering right this morning. It might have a better view on this. Them and the ABC station in Columbus both use that there as part of gray television. But these are your weather service radars here that are publicly available. As we go ahead and keep looking here. Keep tracking. I'm just not seeing a whole bunch, quite honestly. So that's why I'm a little bit, at this point, I'm not sure how much longer I keep this, area with a tornado warning, unless they're seeing something otherwise, that I'm not able to see. Maybe on a different radar, some different information coming in. But down back in here, there's just these little areas that if they tighten up, then they could be tornado producers like what we had in Early County earlier on this morning, on this Monday, as folks were getting off to that, start there. Pretty rough one, in some of these areas with a debris signature on the Doppler perspective in that 6 o'clock hour that we were following live here for you on cloud weather late in that 6 o'clock hour, mind you, but still, as folks were getting ready for school, for work, and the like here. It's definitely important to stay informed, and we're watching these little spins. This is in Jackson County. There's a tornado warning there earlier on. There's some weak rotation around Dellwood, just east of Marietta. Let's go up to the Fort Rucker / Fort Novasville radar. Again, I just continue to track this here. Some weak rotation, but yet enough here based on the overall threat level. With these spin-ups being a possibility, it's enough to have tornado warnings on the board. So that's where we're at right now. We just need to get you guys to take those tornado precautions. This is, generally northwest of Camilla in Georgia, in our area. Let me remind you guys here again of the coverage map. And you'll kind of get an idea of where we're at with this. Baker and Miller tornado warnings. Miller for another minute, Baker until 8:45. So we have these tornado warnings on the board here this morning that you need to take heed of, impacting portions of the area. So important to take precaution here. Trying to give you all that latest information. I'm just a one-man band here, but I'm trying to make sure you guys have everything you can here to stay safe. Again, there's that rotation west of Newton. Again, just trying to give you guys the very latest here. It's 8:30 a.m. And I'm trying to update you guys the best I can. As we have this one warning now. The Miller warning's gone. The Baker warning continues. I know we have a little bit of weak rotation in southeast Miller County now on this edge of this. By the way, if we were to start to see the, tornado warnings go away here soon, we just got to see the thunderstorm warning to go away, so that's a start. Not getting anything back to the south on this here, but there is something a little bit. If we get, the warning accent to kind of go away here, and we're able to kind of wrap things up for the time being, instead of just completely wrapping the stream like what, if we just had the one warning and it went away. What I was going to do is wrap it up. I think we're just going to leave the radar up and cut back in if it's necessary, in the ensuing minutes and hours. There's not a tornado watch or anything, and we're not going to, if it's long-term of a thing, I don't think I'd even do half hour anyway, even if we do get one. But, we'll have the stream up and keep it running and cut back in if and as it's warranted to the day, as we get more warnings to populate potentially. I know it talks about the first warning we had in our area, Worley County, with that tornado warning. But now, just the ensuing warnings, it just be, unless something changes here with things really ramping down for some reason, which is not what we're expecting at all. But if it did really ramp down, I mean, we'd cut the stream here pretty quick. But if not, probably keep it up for a while and then just play it out like that. And just leave it running here. And if you just have a new warning pop up, we can cut right back in. Especially if it's a tornado warning, then we'll be on immediately, giving you the latest to protect you, your friends, and your family. Get the imminent updates. Okay, I know they canceled the warning for Baker, Early, and Miller. Let's see if I thunderstorm warning. Let me just make sure that one's gone. I know this one right here. So this one is no longer in effect. This one does continue, however. So this one right here, unfortunately, does continue as we're checking things out here this morning on the Doppler perspective. So have to continue to take precautions, obviously. I was watching some areas of spin, maybe a little bit right on the edge here. So we'll have to watch those. We've already had multiple tornado warnings pop up, as you guys, I'm sure, are aware. If you've been watching for a while here, been with you since that late 6 o'clock hour, giving you the latest updates. This red box in area is, I believe, it's our third local tornado warning here. Well, no, I guess our fourth, because I had the extension, so. But it'd be 3 different cells. So again, just continuing to track. Of course, we had others. We had one in Jackson County tornado warning. We had a few up toward Peachtree City office. They're tracking a confirmed tornado up there. So it's been pretty active here in the last couple hours. So again, just continue to track things here. Continuing to monitor. That looks very broad and very weak now within the axial polygon, which is a good sign. I mean, the accent outside of it actually looks tighter now. We need to monitor things. I know. Watching some spin down here. Let's check different angles on this, because that sometimes can play a role in these weaker circulations. I don't see much on that. Could just be the angle on the other that was kind of promoting these at the bottom of this. Possible anyway. I would not be surprised, if they send out a statement soon saying they're expiring this, or even just outright canceling it. Based on what I'm seeing here currently. I know it's been a tricky situation so far, though, today. So. There's your latest, and to make sure they just sent out the update. Yeah, that's the latest risk there. Yellows where the threat would become more prominent in theory here later on today. And they actually turned that back a little. Okay, and not for the win, though, for Bradford and Lotcher. They're still in that. But tornado is kind of a little more confined based on probably the timeline, because it's going to be a little later. So the tornado threat is a little lower east. But as we're just continuing to track this here, we have quite a bit of a tornado parameter, right, especially at the coast. There's someone's trying to get toward Apalachicola later in the life. Supercell composites really up there, so that's something to watch. Instability here over 1,000, and maybe even some places almost 2,000 joules per kilogram. That's noteworthy. That's potentially problematic. So again, just continuing to track all this here today. You know, those winds, you can see the shift behind this. We have that frontal boundary coming in. And then those temperatures, you know, that tells the story as well. Some of those cooler temperatures, those readings trying to come in there. As we look ahead, you see 30s even in parts of Oklahoma, Missouri, Arkansas, Kentucky, and the like. We're going to keep looking at this. I know we're not seeing 30s, you know, here in our area, but some 40s, yeah, you know, definite possibility as we're looking ahead. And, you know, ensuing days to come. I know that one yellow box we were just tracking went off the screen. Let me go ahead and make sure I take off tornado warning safety. I don't know why I had that up there so long, but again, been on, you know, a lot here lately in the Weather Center. But as we go ahead and keep tracking this, we're just gonna keep on monitoring things. I'm trying to keep you guys safe and informed. Very important to do that, obviously. As the situation does progress. Again, just watching all the different, you know, measurements here and the like with all the different parameters. And that's quite a bit of energy. As we're tracking things as we're watching. I'm just looking at some of the other modes here. We've been on a lot here lately, as I've alluded to. I'm just checking some other sources. So again, thanks so much for tuning in and trusting me. Technically, by the way, with them expiring that tornado warning, that means it's still technically in play at 8:45, but they're not, you know, right now it doesn't look like planning to issue a severe or a tornado warning as we're looking ahead. As we're looking ahead into the timeline. I know, I'm honestly getting a little confused here a minute ago, thinking, you know, well, you take the tornado warning information off. We, you know, technically can because we're not really seeing it on our map. It's still technically in effect here for a few minutes, but almost what more like it's a thunderstorm situation at that point based on the rotation weakening. But we're kind of thinking through it through some of those. But then we had a tornado warning, but then it didn't even seem like much of a severe or tornado situation there the last few moments. So definitely gonna be pretty breezy, even at a, you know, head of things here, gusty around starting today. In other areas of our region, you know, gusty winds, 30 miles an hour or something. There's a wind advisory in play, so gotta keep that in mind as we're looking at things, as we're tracking them. You know, I see nobody's gonna get, you know, maybe in the 30s in our area. There's a chance by tomorrow night, 39 in our most, you know, cold spot here, and our coldest spot is possible, but North Florida, that's not what we're talking about. I'm talking about Southwest Georgia, like Quitman County or something. Maybe 39. But as we keep checking this here, technically we have to stick with this another 5 minutes since the warning is expired, not cancel, meaning they're not, you know, saying it's an all clear. That they're not thinking it needs to be extended right now. Let's go ahead and keep looking here. Broad span in Lee and Dougherty counties is pretty high up on radar, but I don't see a whole bunch. Well, that's a little bit of something coming into Albany now, though. That latest scan. we're watching that wind enhancement. That's the wind's about 55, but it's pretty high up. One thing I can try to go over to is gonna be some traffic cameras. Let me try to do that. Bear with me. I know significant advisory just got issued for that 50-mile-an-hour gust possible through 9:30 up there. So keep that in mind. So let me go ahead and see this traffic camera in Doherty County. Not severe right now, but just under severe limits. See the dark skies there, the camera's shaking around a little bit. We're on Oak Ridge Drive and Westover Boulevard, western side of town. As we keep tracking. Just put in some other images. Seeing if there's anything else that's really, prominent here. Let me go ahead and say a view here. You see some things shaking around a little bit, not overwhelming, but telling another story this morning in Doherty County area. Again, trying to keep you up to date. See some of that rain there. Like co-located with the wind, more of a story sometimes. Trying to keep an eye on that. And we'll get up towards southern parts of Lee County right now with the Georgia 511 traffic cameras. You can see here some of the slip conditions, definitely a story. Gotta be extra careful on the roads. That morning commute. Definitely gotta be, paying attention with those lights on and the like here. Those oils on the roads, depending on, exactly where you're at. If they're mixing enough with that rain, they're not just completely washed off by it, and that could be a little bit of an issue. Could be a big issue even. Got some traffic issues, traffic accidents. As we go ahead and look. Again, that tornado warning in the south should be going away here soon. I'm just looking at rainfall totals. Not a lot to the east yet. Actually, the advisory kind of went more in here. We had all the warnings instead of the area I was looking at up in here, which is a little interesting. Both look pretty similar at this point. A little more rotation down here, I suppose, though, on the back side. All this kind of has weak rotation with it right now, but nothing's really standing out. I mean, broad, more broad rotation, and broad rotation. And that's more broad rotation. So all of it's just kind of under severe limits right now is the point. But any of it ramps up just a little, it gets a warning, maybe severe thunderstorm, maybe even tornado. So that's kind of how, and we're at that point where we're at right now. It's been pretty busy the last couple hours. We're about to wrap it up unless we see something pop up here on us. I know we had that tornado there south of Atlanta popping up. They weren't even in a risk area as we were looking at things, and they had a tornado pop up. That was on the ground probably about 20 minutes or so. Hopefully it stayed over, areas that were not as populated for the most part. I'm hoping it stayed over that for sure, but I think it may have got into some intersections here or there, and that could have been an issue. Hard to say for sure, though, at this point. But again, you know, we had our tornado in early count. I was on the ground a good bit too. Debris went up over 7,000 feet. So we jumped on for. We were seeing that warning just come out. We were on like at 6:46 after the warning went out at 6:43. So getting on as quick as we could there. As you see that blue circle there, that was 2 hours ago exactly, but 2 hours ago for sure. As you see that circled area, Storm Prediction Center Norman says that there's at least low probabilities for an additional tornado or two in our locally maybe damage and surface gusts continuing and scattered thunderstorm activity overspreading the region there through 10 or 11 a.m. So that's kind of a storyline there. It is still not clear that a severe watch will be needed according to Storm Prediction Center in this near term, but trends will continue to be monitored for the possibility, you know, kind of before you get into the higher risk into the yellow. But they're saying they're discussing stronger boundary layer instability characterized by convective available potential energy. The Cape near or above 1,000 joules per kilogram still remains confined to a narrow prefrontal corridor across the western Florida Panhandle through southwestern and the southern parts of central Georgia. However, some cooling aloft appears to be contributing to at least weak destabilization north-northeastward all the way up there toward the South Carolina Piedmont. So that's something to be monitoring all the way up there. But as we're tracking things, as we're monitoring things. So I'm just going through some of the different parameters here real quick. The front with a couple of weak waves on it will continue a slow eastward progression through mid to late morning, with the rapid refresh indicating that a moderate south-southwesterly low-level jet in excess of 40 knots or 850 millibar to maintain sizable clockwise curved low-level photographs within the instability axis. There is what they're saying in this statement from the Storm Prediction Center office in Norman, Oklahoma there. So they're also saying cloud cover spreading downstream with a stronger ongoing convective development probably will slow the boundary layer destabilization. Let me put on satellite here. We can get visible up since to be able to since we're past sunrise now. You can see some of that cloud cover. It definitely is out ahead of some of the storminess. It's not certain that these areas will be, you know, see a substantial, you know, really that's a substantial further increase in thunderstorm activity, you know, and the intensification in the near term. However, the MCV, the mesoscale convective vortex, was apparently recently contributed to a tornado south-southwest in the greater Atlanta area. Not as much instability up there. As I'm adding to that, a little continued east-northeastward toward the South Carolina Piedmont, and it is not clear that the downstream environment will not support an additional relatively short-lived tornado or two. Now, further south in the corridor of better instability focused along the low-level jet axis near north and east of the Albany and the Macon vicinities, there may also be continuing potential for short-lived intensification of mesovortices embedded within the ongoing narrow band of convection. Again, this from the Storm Prediction Center. This information in Norman, Oklahoma. They're putting this out. That's, you know, their responsibilities as they track things. They say that if we get damaging wind gusts, you know, the max probable peak wind gust would be 55 to 70 miles an hour, and the most probable peak tornado intensity would be 85 to 115 miles an hour. So that gets you to a low NDF2 in the worst case scenario here, not something like what we had in the Midwest, where we're getting the F3s, and I'm sure we'll find, you know, EF4 details, the survey information becomes, you know, out there a little bit more in, you know, in time. So EF2, though, would be a considerable tornado with winds, you know, over 111, or at least at 111 miles an hour. So. But it is interesting to see the cloud cover out ahead, which could limit some of this a bit. Not completely, though. And regardless, some of these spins can still be just rain wrapped in here. Again, still watching things. Still tracking. Not a lot there. We gotta pay attention. Yeah, I don't see a whole bunch here. Someone in Hampton around Newton. A little bit more southeast of Leesburg. That's moving into Worth, and then parts there of Turner County. Would be Crisp County, and then that area eventually. Maybe it clips Ben Hill. Let me just kind of loop this around. Yeah, so it's taking a path kind of like this. Might get more into Wilcox before it does that. Hopefully we don't get any more warnings, here for a while. But that'd be something to watch if we do. That's not like located great with the convection to get that down to the surface, I wouldn't think. Too crazy. But we're going to keep watching things. We're going to keep tracking them. We're going to keep giving you updates if it's warranted. But we're not going to stay with it. For now, we're not going to do half-hour updates either, since there's no watches or any warnings anymore at the present time toward our area. Haven't had a watch except yesterday for Clinton County for a while, but could get a watch at some point later on today as the conditions may become a little bit more ripe here for some severe weather potential. So I'm getting a looping radar ready. We're going to turn the sound off here in a second and wrap things up for the time being and break back in as needed. I know we just got a warning, by the way, afterward. Peachtree City office issued it for Crisp, Dooley, Pulaski, Sumter, and Wilcox County until 9:30. That's just outside of the area that I cover. I know Albany stations will cover that area, but that includes Cordell, and there's some weak rotation as well. So that's something to watch up that way there toward the I-75 corridor. Let me see what that radar further north some, because that didn't so much at all. Yeah, there's a little bit of, if they're going to issue on that, that makes me think that Tallahassee's going to end up issuing on this here very quick. Because I would say that area to the north is not as impressive, or, maybe equal to the area to the south. But that is in the convection. And that convection to the south does look, even though it's having to be seen from further back and the rain's in front of it north, but that convection to the south doesn't look as strong to get that wind down as that does to the north. So it's tricky here for sure. But that one's outside of our area. It's not a tornado warning either. So right now, nothing in our area still. That's the good news. We're always on for any tornado warning storms within our area, not necessarily with areas outside of our area, but we'll always be on here, as it's warranted for national coverage. But today it's about mainly, since we're already on, like we had up toward North Georgia, it's mainly about local coverage here to keep you guys safe and informed. So we're going to leave this running. I'll be back on if it's necessary to the day. Probably will be necessary at points. I'd be surprised if it wasn't. I wouldn't be keeping the stream going if I didn't think I had to cut back in here, probably even a good bit. Eventually here, as we get this stuff maybe more in a more favorable zone. So just please stay tuned and stay safe. I know we won't have any promo update late tomorrow, as I've alluded to, but I'll be on here through the day, giving you the latest update on the latest developments. So just if there are any questions or comments real quick from any of the viewers at home. I don't see any questions right now, but I appreciate you guys tuning in and trusting me. We're just going to kind of leave this on up here right now, I think. And I will go ahead and kind of pause that for a second. Just show this one area one more time. I know, we're just trying to keep you guys up to date here. Keep you guys up to date. I know it's important to just be ready to take shelter. There's a tornado warning issued for your area by Seeking Shelter inside a 30 building, and really don't want to be in a mobile home, if you can avoid it. Want to protect yourself from flying debris by getting as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Get into a, sturdy structure in a bathroom or a closet in that would be the best bet there probably as we're tracking it. I know we don't have basements around here, so that's not necessarily an option, but just want to keep you guys informed and let you guys know what to do in these type of adverse weather conditions. So there's the looping radar. Here's different platforms I'm on here. We're gonna leave this up. You have interactive video on clutter.com too, and then if we get more warnings in our area, I'll pop back in. If the tornado warnings, I'm going to be talking a while. So that's gonna do it for now. I'm gonna leave this running. We'll be back on here as needed to the day, and start another streams even if we get later on here with more continuing coverage being warranted. Stay safe, everybody.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud breaking back in here on your Monday morning. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning just popping up for portions of the area here until 10:15 this morning here. So let me go ahead and see that on the other mode. I know we have the zoomed out radar perspective. We had those tornado warnings earlier on. I may have more later, but right now severe thunderstorm warning just being issued toward the west of Tallahassee for portions of Liberty County. You see that yellow box there, and I'm looking. I don't have a whole bunch on velocity mode, but there's enough of that red there on the Doppler and enough of the wind potential in there to suggest we could have winds to about 60 mile an hour, miles per hour there in terms of those gusts. And then we also could have just, just under severe limits, but the potential for some nickel-sized hail. So we're going to watch it. We're going to track it. It's moving east at 20, so pretty slow, but we'll watch to see what else might go severe through the morning, through the day. We have another warning north of the area. So this stuff that's strong right now could definitely get severe here at points. Could even go tornado warned here, as we're looking ahead. So stay tuned, stay safe here as I'm looking at all the different information. Could be pretty active here as we're tracking the slow movement. That, it could be an issue too with some flooding potential. So that's what we're going to be looking at here as the moments go on by as we look ahead through the day. So keep it tuned here to Cloud Weather, and I'll keep you guys up to date as I keep leaving that radar running here and popping back into the stream as it is warranted.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back with you here on this Monday morning. A new severe thunderstorm warning being issued now for portions of the area until 10:45. I'm specifically talking about that new severe thunderstorm warning for Decatur County. And in the Bainbridge area here, we're seeing some damaging wind potential coming on in. So let me go ahead and switch you on over to other radar mode in just a second here. I know, just checking some information behind the scenes to try to keep everybody safe and informed. And here you go. This is that new warning here for Bainbridge. I know the velocity's not the most impressive in here, but there's some weaker rotation as well. And I'm going to check, see if we have a closer radar. Nope, it's the Tallahassee viewpoint here. And the new severe thunderstorm warning with some weak rotation. This is including the Decatur County area. So Bainbridge, West Bainbridge, Climax, Fayetteville, Recovery, all under the severe thunderstorm warning until 10:45. A severe thunderstorm moving northeast at about 35 miles an hour. So we have our other severe thunderstorm warning that I was on for a little while ago remaining in effect for portions of Liberty County to 10:15. I know not the brightest velocity colors showing up, but I only see a number in the 40 to 45 range, give or take. But yeah, the numbers together still not quite to 60. Now this is here, it's pretty similar type of signature, not a little bit stronger up north, but you need to go to the further radar to get maybe a better perspective on it. And it does show some intensification potential maybe as we're looking here. You know, around Camilla, I know it's been kind of strong there, and it could try to get even stronger. And then just north of our area, it's not in our area, but we have a tornado warning for areas there of Dodge, Pulaski, and Wilcox counties. I know Crisp was under that as well, but that's just that side of the area. So that's why I'm just keeping the severe thunderstorm warning banner on the screen right now. But a possible tornado near Rochelle. We're going northeast at 35 miles an hour, but again, that is not in my coverage area here. As we're looking at things, as we're tracking things here in toward the weather center. Again, just trying to keep you guys up to date here this morning on what is going on. As you know, we started out with that one tornado warning further off in Early County. Apparent tornado did touch down, and then now things have obviously continued to stay active, and they may continue to stay active here from time to time throughout the day. I know the severe thunderstorm warning, one of those, including our area, does cover portion of Liberty and then also Calhoun, which is outside of the area. And then that's in Florida. And then in Georgia, it's an area of Decatur County under a severe thunderstorm warning. The one in Florida at 10:15. The one in Georgia at 10:45 here this morning. So, again, continuing to track this here very carefully, obviously. I know velocities are not that impressive here right now. I know with that history of a tornado earlier in Early County, they're trying to be extra cautious here, issuing these warnings just in case things start to get a little bit stronger in here. I know I'm not really seeing the winds to 60 myself, but just going to continue to track things here as, you know, it is warranted. As there's some weak rotation here on the southern side of this here, east of Fayetteville. We'll watch it. Definitely going to track it here. Okay, I see Liberty and Gadsden now. I don't know if it's going to be the same. I think it will be. There's now an advisory for this area, so advisory down here maybe instead of a warning right now. So that's good. Gadsden and Liberty areas until 11:50 mile an hour winds, but storm could re-intensify, require another warning at some point. Now as we get to the north here, this is a warning for areas of Decatur County though, including areas from Fayetteville to Fowlstown. You see a little bit of wind enhancement right in Bainbridge though. Right in the metro. It's not really overwhelming by any stretch, so it's not that impressive, quite honestly. You know, the weak rotations are what concern you, because if those ramp up, you can get, you know, pretty strong winds that are even more than your base severe down to the surface pretty quick. But if you're not getting a tornado, these look like some pretty marginal severe thunderstorm warnings that you probably wouldn't generally see if there wasn't weak rotation in some of this activity, because it doesn't really generally look like we're getting winds to 60, for the most part, unless you're getting a tornado circulation to develop, and then you could get some exceeding that. But again, I just continue to track it all here in toward the weather center. Again, it sounds like this warning here is going to go away. This one here, there's a little bit of weak rotation on that southern flank, though. It's not really that overwhelming. I mean, it's not overwhelming at all, but 22 one way, 20 the other way. That's only went to 45 miles an hour. So right now, honestly, assuming we don't get, which we very well could, but, and then I'll do it different, but assuming we don't get more tornado warnings here in the short term, then I'm just going to kind of keep some of these severe thunderstorm warning updates pretty short, because I know right now we're getting it through Bainbridge, but we're back into rural areas here with some marginal signatures, which are not, overwhelming. As we look ahead, of course, as we get throughout the day, we could have some more destabilization further east and some issues, but it's very marginal signatures on the Doppler right now in terms of any severe weather concern. I know Northwestern Ultra watching here and seeing if that needs a warning at some point, but I know around Decatur County there's some wind enhancement. We're watching Liberty County for a warning here as well. So I know Decatur County, we're just going to keep checking, keep tracking here, obviously. And that severe thunderstorm warning continues at 10:45, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. Our potential hazards here: remain alert for possible quick spin-up tornado. Remember, damage to roof, side, and trees could occur, and this severe thunderstorm warning includes Decatur County. So, most of that county is under that, including Bainbridge, where the storm acts and moving northeast at 35. I know stuff not moving as fast as we'll sometimes get, so that can increase that flood threat here. As we look ahead, I know that storm total was kind of so in some of these areas back in Seminole County, getting, 4+ inches of rain. And definitely got to watch out for some flooding potential when you're getting like a half foot or something along those lines here. No debris, but some weak rotation there south of Fowlestown. So obviously, if we get a tornado warning for any of our area, once again, we'll be back on in a moment's notice. End of the warning. North of our area went away. So we were watching there east of Cordele, east of our, north of our 62 counties to be precise. But again, we'll just continue to monitor things here. We'll just continue to give you guys the latest here as it is warranted. But I think I'm just going to run the loop again here for now. You'll see the yellow boxes indicating the severe thunderstorm warnings. If we get red boxes in our counties, we'll be on immediately if we get those once again like we did have earlier on. So just keep it tuned to Cloud Weather. I'll keep you guys up to date. But for now, that does this update. Stay tuned, stay stable back here as conditions warrant through the day. Again, a severe thunderstorm warning continues to 10:45. Reported to Decatur County in the Bainbridge area. I know Calhoun and Liberty. That warning going away here at 15 past. So it's about Decatur County right now, and some wind enhancement, especially south of Bainbridge there, south of the most highly populated area.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud breaking back in yet again. Another tornado warning. We hadn't had any in a little while. We've had some severe thunderstorm warnings, but now another local tornado warning towards southwestern Georgia. This includes portions of Decatur and Grady counties until 11 a.m. I know you also saw the yellow pop up on the screen here recently in the broad shading, and that's a tornado watch until about 6 o'clock tonight, all the way through areas there in the more parts of southeast Georgia, like Waycross, and north central Florida, like Live Oak. So, pretty active day here. We're in alert mode. We're trying to keep you guys safe and informed. So, let me go ahead and you see how we had like that confirmed tornado warning in the purple box earlier on in Early County, but now as this kind of runs, closer toward the end of this loop, we'll see that latest red box. And let's jump here. This is our latest red box on this mode. A tornado warning for parts of Decatur County, where that circulation will ultimately get in toward parts of Grady County here as we look ahead. At 10:21, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 8 miles southeast of Bainbridge, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. And this potential tornado will be around Wiggum at about 10:35 a.m. So we need to get folks in shelter. Things are taking an escalation here. We have now not just the tornado warning, which is, the highest level of concern, but the tornado watch, meaning the, broader period of time now is going to stay active, it looks like. Going to stay active here with, warnings potentially on and off. We thought it would stay pretty active, don't get me wrong. But now this is kind of backs that up here with that watch being issued. There's enough confidence now, the enhanced concern staying around longer. Technically a slight risk, but, the Storm Prediction Center saying this concern play over the next many hours here across portions of our area. So gotta really take this into consideration. Gotta be very mindful of the scenario here. Gotta continue to just be staying tuned here for the very latest. So again, just trying to make sure we're on top of this here on all the different platforms. I want to make sure that we're here for you guys in this time of, concern, as we're just on top of the overall situation. Again, just trying to get the latest data in here to the Weather Center. I'm just trying to get the latest data here into the Weather Center. So tornado warning in effect here. Just holds together. It could head in the direction of Cairo here. So you just got to be very mindful of that. And be ready to take shelter. Got to be ready to take shelter over there, over further east in Grady County. Already part of Grady County under this warning. So I'm just going to keep on watching and keep on tracking. It's all about protecting you, your friends, and your family. Again, just trying to be here. This is really broad, quite honestly. You generally would expect to see some of these pixels tighter together. If we're going to have a tornado, you'd expect maybe a little bit more brighter colored and also just not as much up and down the line. We had that one time this morning, that's right, when we had, that confirmed tornado come into play there in Early County. So we're not seeing that with any type of debris signature right now, thankfully, but we'll keep watching. We'll keep tracking here, obviously, as the situation does arise. It's just very, very important here to stay on top of this. Very important to stay on top of this situation with a tornado warning in play. And just overall, we have a tornado watch in play here as well. And that's going till 6 o'clock tonight. So that's a pretty long fused scenario here. We could even have at least a low threat lingering even longer than that here toward parts of our area. I know there's that one little area there now on that latest scan. Boy, just to the east of that. Almost like it was trying to do something, but you know, we have those areas up and down the line, so not a guarantee. Not a guarantee, but again, this is a little bit broader than what they generally issue for. But with all these storms for days and days having this history of tornadic weather, and even this morning ramping up quickly in Early County, I don't think they want to take any chances here. Just the weather service in Tallahassee, they want to try to stay on top of this here and issue these as best and as far out as they can. Try to keep people safe. So again, just continue to track this. Continuing to keep you up to date. I know some weak rotation in Gadsden County as well, but no tornado there, or at least warning in play right now. Of course, we're watching further to the north here. Further to the north between about Climax and Attapulgis here. That's where we're kind of paying attention. You know, we want you guys in the interior room away from windows, and we don't really have basements around here, so you know, that's even more important. In a bathroom, a closet, something like that. Maybe even a situation here where you want to put that bicycle helmet on in case there is flying debris. And also just make sure you have your shoes on. See, you know, if you have a tornado, then after the fact, you don't want to be cutting your feet. You don't want to be cutting your feet on any broken glass that it might leave behind. That's so important. So very important as we're looking at things. It's 10:31 in the morning on your Monday, on this April 7th, 2025. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center. You know, I mentioned it here when we first began this morning. These are almost like tropical storm, you know, if you have a weaker tropical storm, like tornado warnings you get from that, because they're kind of hit and miss here. They pop up, maybe produce, and then fall off. And that's kind of, you know, what we're dealing with here. And sometimes you keep them in play too, even if they're a little bit lower in terms of the wind speeds, because the environment is so ripe to get a circulation down to the surface. This is, you know, something where they are generally, not saying it would be the case for sure, but they're generally going to be broader and weaker. So, you know, but if you get just a little bit, you know, down to the surface, it would be a tornado, even if it's pretty weak, though. I'm not sure if that was too weak in Early County with that debris signature so high. So, that, you know, that could have been an exception to the rule out here based on all the other spins that we've had today that have gotten warnings have not looked all that impressive at all. Except for that one. I mean, this action here has really kind of looked minor compared to what we generally get tornado warnings for. So, kind of tricky in that regard. You know, it's been a busy period here for sure in toward the Weather Center. Looking nationally and locally. I know with some different advisories out from the Weather Service there in Tallahassee. All the way through Tallahassee, they're saying gusts about 40 to 11:15. But if the storms intensify, they may have to issue a warning. You can kind of see it a little bit too. This has that little backwards C shape in here. We also have that up toward Tipton. Let me check some of the other radar views. We wish we had the Moody radar, but it's not working right now. But there's some spin up here. That could end up getting a warning moving into toward Tipton if we're not careful. It's up here. I think that's what might have had the warning further out back to the west earlier, but As we look here, moving toward Titan and Tipton, we got to watch that broad rotation. But and from that, for Rutgers / for Novus radar, that's still a little bit tighter, quite honestly. Kind of interesting. We had almost a different spin emerge off of that radar, that angle. Interesting to see that. So at 10:32, a severe thunderstorm is still capable of producing a tornado in South Georgia, and right now it's located near Wiggum, or 9 miles east of Bainbridge, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. So a tornado warning for portions of Decatur and Grady counties until the top of the hour, 11 o'clock. I know we started the stream off way earlier this morning with that tornado warning in Early County, but now in Decatur and Grady with this spin on that operator algorithms. About to be getting near US 84 between Climax and Wiggum. So take those precautions. Very important. I know it's also important, when watching the one angle and it's more directly looking into it from the south to the north, and it shows it more linear, but our other radar view, it's a little further off, so it's showing more a lot, but it's showing a better angle, and it says more of a couplet that's been in play. Maybe weighing a little, but can't lay your guard down by any stretch of the imagination down there in South Georgia with that tornado warning that's in effect. Again, continuing to keep you guys safe and informed here this morning with the latest developments. Latest weather developments here. We're always on for any tornado warning still within the 62 counties. There's our counties again, just to remind you guys. Just trying to let you guys know where we're at. We're in Stark and Bradford County, North Central Florida. Storm's just 2 hours away, from here in terms of anything consequential. But Decatur and Grady, that's where the accent is the worst here right now, it would seem. With that tornado warning that is in effect here until 11 o'clock. So. Watching some of that spin. It's weaker off of that radar right now. Not too impressive of a Tallahassee. But we're going to keep watching. Going to keep tracking. It's our policy to always be on for any tornado warning still within the 62 counties. Been doing that for over 5 years now. And we're on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch, and we really try to talk to these as long as we can. Occasionally, we might take a small break, but there's a tornado warning. We try to talk to these as long as we can here at this point. As I know, there's a flood advisory now that's in play for parts of Gadsden, Leon, Liberty, and then Georgia, Baker, Colquitt, Decatur, Grady, Metro, Thomas, and Worth until 12:30 now. So some of that, slow moving storms catching up with us and leading to some issues here, potentially with some poor, drainage areas having some flooding. So gotta be careful. Gotta be mindful of that. I know we don't have the tornado watch now officially. I don't think we're gonna just switch over to a half-hour update because this is a long-term thing here with the tornado watch, and it's just the overall low-end tornado threat. These are not, the most impressive spins, ever when we're getting these tornado warnings. But we'll be on obviously for those. But the tornado watch, we still got to pay attention here too. But again, these are not the most impressive we've ever seen. So we have to kind of play it by ear. With this being such a long-term thing here, with the threat continuing for hour after hour here, and the likes. So, again, we're always on for the alerts though when there's tornado warnings, and then they're cutting in for the severe thunderstorm warnings. But let me go ahead and loop this back around here. You can see the accent, how it's been kind of translating on in. You see Live Oak and some of those areas further back west under that tornado watch down at 6 o'clock tonight. So we're just going to have to continue to contend with this potential here. You know, I was alluding to Stark and Gainesville, though, as I know we have this still looping around, but let me just kind of let it finish. We'll let it loop through. Okay, and then I'm going to go ahead and kind of get the latest model run up. Again, watching things, that's what it could look like. It's supposed to look like around 11 a.m., noon, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 a.m., getting a little bit slower even, 1 a.m., by 2 a.m. really fading, but that's the reason we're not, you know, just going all in, even with the severe thunderstorm warnings or with the tornado watch doing every half hour, because we're going to have more streams later. We've already had a busy last week here, and, you know, for the national coverage, and this kind of pales into comparison to what we've dealt with areas out there, you know, how bad some of those tornadoes were, whether it was Lake City in Arkansas or Selma, Tennessee. You know, we're not expecting any tornadoes over EF2 strength. That'd be the very worst case scenario today, is to have an EF2 tornado or two. And you may have had something close to that in Early County this morning, but that's what I'm talking about there. I know those are at least both EF3s and probably more like EF4s out there toward Arkansas and Tennessee. The two tornadoes I was referencing there. So our rotation tracker's still kind of going crazy with that, to be quite honest. I'm a little surprised based on what I'm seeing on velocity. There's definitely some rotation there, don't get me wrong, but I'm not seeing just an overwhelming spin. Again, continuing to give you guys the very latest here. Trying to keep you up to date. Like, you know, there's a tornado watch now, Live Oak, and there is in southeast Georgia, like Waycross, some of those, you know, and further off toward the west. I mean, technically it would be from like Folkestone and Nahunta, give or take, to the west, and then that's in Georgia, and then Jasper, Jennings, and Live Oak, give or take, toward the west, but it's kind of broad-breasted there a little bit for you, because we're trying to keep you informed. That is tightened up a little on the Tallahassee radar, north side of Wiggum. Just tightened up a little bit, so we got to be aware of that. We got to be aware of that here for sure this morning. Make sure we don't get another tornado to drop on us like we had earlier on. Speaking of earlier on, I know we've watched another spin than we are now too. So this accident there worked Tipton, you know, and Tip County. Just got to be mindful of that. Still looks kind of broad, but it definitely shows some wind enhancement in there. So take those tornado precautions. We started off with that tornado warning in Early County that produced a tornado this morning very early before 7 o'clock. And we still got many hours to go depending on where you're at. I mean, if you're in areas for the east I'm talking about, you got many hours here to go with this. You know, and that you have not much for a while, and then we have storms come in. So and this is west of Cairo. That almost looked like it wanted to be some lofted debris there, but obviously hoping not. I know again these storms moving so slow, flood advisories in play could start turning into flash flood warnings depending on how things transpire. If we have a tornado right now, it'd be right over Wiggum, so please be in a safe spot immediately. Interior room away from windows, if you're not already there. Again, so important to take shelter in a situation like this. Again, trying to stay on top of things. And a tornado watch number 133 went into effect here a little bit earlier on this morning. And now we're watching this tornado warning for portions of Decatur and Grady counties until 11 o'clock, the top of the hour. That broad circulation here right around Wiggum. Right around Wiggum. In parts of South Georgia and parts of Grady County. State Road 179 and the like is what we're tracking this now. Okay, looks like a new tornado warning's coming out now. It's going to go until 11:30. I think it's for the same storm here. We'll see it pop up in a second. At 10:43, it's for thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located over Wiggum or near Cairo. Moving northeast at about 40 miles an hour. So there's a Grady and Thomas counties now under a tornado warning to 11:30 this morning. So take shelter in the interior room away from windows. Very important here. Very important to take those tornado precautions. Go ahead and make sure you do them. You don't want to be caught without shelter, obviously. There's your new warning. So, National Weather Service in Tallahassee has issued a tornado warning for central Grady County in southwestern Georgia and northwestern Thomas County in south central Georgia until 11:30 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. At 10:43, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located over Wiggum or near Cairo there, moving northeast at about 40 miles an hour. So Cairo around 10:50 could be impacted. Ocklackney around 11 o'clock. So Acreage, Grady County Airport, Spence, Dawesville, Coppell, Alpino, and Quality here. So that's where we're kind of tracking things. That's where we're kind of tracking the situation. Again, take those tornado precautions here at once. Go ahead and take them at once. Again, still wanting folks to take shelter in the interior room away from windows. This is in just the wrong spot to be potentially producing a tornado as it edges closer toward Cairo there. As we zoom on out, we see some of the stronger storms around. They're not severe though. They're strong, not severe is what I should say. Versus just saying stronger. But again, continuing to track it all. Continue to track it all here on your Monday. Just trying to be here for you guys. Again, just making sure that everything is happening here, you know, in terms of me being able to relay everything here to you. And watching rotation tracker here and the like. Again, just working through getting you guys all the latest information. It's all about protecting you, your friends, and your family. Just make sure you're taking those precautions here in the interior room away from windows. course, when there's a watch in play, you got to make sure you're staying tuned for the latest updates and have multiple ways to receive alerts. So you see all that red here, that's how things really spun up, and that's the current frame of where the tornado could be right now, that red area there on this map. So, of course, that yellow shaded area, that's where your tornado watch is until 6 tonight. All the way out to Live Oak and Folkestone and Hunter, Waycross, all included. So, gotta stay tuned and stay safe. Definitely has some tornado parameter up there. And a good amount of instability here, unfortunately. Yeah, I'm going to try to effort some cameras here out of the Cairo area if I can. Bear with me. I'm going to take me a minute, just a one-man band. See what we can find on a Georgia 511 perspective, the Georgia Department of Transportation. Again, a tornado warning in effect there for Cairo. Again, still here with you. Again, here's some different tracker perspectives. This one in Grady County trying to tell the story. Not fun conditions. Not fun conditions for sure. So take heed, you know, things are going to get a lot worse than this, though, in the overall vicinity. Okay, new tornado warning, a different storm now. You see where that is? That's in the Florida Big Bend region. Possible tornado down there now being indicated at 11:15. So we got now 3 tornado warnings on the board. Zooming on in here. So many different areas of rotation. There's this right here that just prompted the warning. Just southeast of Villas. So at 10:49, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located 20 miles east of Stonewall Creek or 20 miles southeast of Blountstown. Moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. Tornado thunderstorm will mainly be over rural areas in the indicated counties of Wakulla and Liberty, but it does include the following locations of East Camp, Jewel Fire Tower, Smith Creek, and Villas. So that's very weak rotation, to be quite honest, but still gotta take shelter. Again, you know, these are not the most impressive you ever see, but you gotta take your precautions. Gotta be making sure you're getting an interior room away from windows. If you have a basement, that'd be great, but these areas where I don't have basements, so just get away from the windows here. That's about your safest bet here in this scenario. Just trying to stay safe, trying to stay informed. See around Grady County, Thomas County. We have that tornado warning there, northwest side of Cairo. That's where the greatest concern is. Just look at some traffic camera details here right now myself behind the scenes. And this tornado warning up here, moving northeast at 30 to 40 miles an hour. The one in Florida moving northeast at 25 miles an hour, so a little slower. I know we expected all that rain. many inches of rain here. In the word, some of those spots adding on up because of all that training. Not what you want to see, not what you want to hear, obviously. Other areas, it's going to move through a little quicker. You're not going to get all that to add up, but I'm just going to be very careful. As we keep on looking here up and down the line. Again, continuing to keep you informed. Yeah, say many inches of rain, but some areas aren't going to get that. Some areas are going to get way less, but some of you guys are having a big deal. A big deal weather-wise. As we keep looking at things, you keep doing analysis. I know it is breezy out ahead of all this. Something to keep in mind. Again, still with you. One thing I will say, in the country, we had like 50 flash flood warnings the other day. We're down to 1 in Arkansas at the moment. I'm sure there's plenty of aerial flood warnings. And by the way, we're not going to be up, with the update here tomorrow night, since we're going to take a little break since we've been so busy. But we'll cool down some. Whether it's just not near as busy then as it is right now. With these tornado warnings on the board. Again, very important to take shelter. So weak rotation from Havana to Midway now. And with the Cairo there too. So, it's a little tighter because that's why we have the tornado warning, obviously. So. But a lot of them, at times are harder to really tell how much stronger one thing is compared to the next. So. It is kind of something we have to pay attention to. So what I'm going to do really quick, I don't normally do this during tornado warning. I'm just going to catch my breath for about 3 or 4 minutes. And be back here on the top of the hour with more. We're just kind of been on for a while here at this point. So I'm just going to give me just a little something to drink here. And I'll be back here soon. So please take shelter though and stay in shelter. That's what you need to do. Stay in shelter in one of these red boxes. I'll be back in about 3 or 4 minutes.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back with you. Just really quickly getting me something to drink because we've been on for a while now, and it's our policy to be on though when we have tornado warnings like this. Stick with you as long as we can. Really, we have two of them. One to 11:15 for portions of Liberty and McCulloch County, then another one to 11:30 for portions of Grady and Thomas. That's a pretty big, deal to have multiple and two different spots here within the viewing area, so we need to get folks in that interior room away from windows. I mean, this one down here, it needs to be monitored. It definitely could tighten up, don't get me wrong. And, in this setup, we have these where we're getting the warnings kind of early and that sometimes they're not too tight, but this one looks like it's really tightening up now north of Cairo, folks. That really looks like it wants to produce. I mean, I know it's not completely pixel to pixel, and there's quite a few of them each way, but it's looking pretty dangerous. If you're in like Ocklackney, take shelter now around Ocklackney. This is a dangerous weather situation here this morning for Ocklackney. This looks like it wants to, the environment says, well, the highest tornado we could get in terms of wind speed today is 115 miles an hour. This looks like if it tightens up, it may start to produce, and it may produce a tornado with winds to about 115 miles an hour into Ocklackney. So the update on this warning at 11:01, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located at 3 miles north of Cairo, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. So Grady and Thomas until 11:30, and then Liberty and McCulloch until 11:15. Not in the most popular areas of, especially with McCulloch and Liberty, pretty rural anyway. But at 11:01, it's the thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 21 miles southeast of Blountstown, moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. So that's kind of storyline there right now. Kind of storyline there. So take shelter, though, if you're around State Road 375 and the like in northwest McCulloch County. Watching some wind enhancement here, and this is the problem. This looks like a problem. This is, except for what we had in Early County, right about the time it was producing a tornado, we haven't seen anything like this all day. And this, by the time we get a debris signature, it might have already been down for a few minutes because we are looking a little bit higher up. So please take shelter now in that area. I've said that a lot of these haven't been too impressive except for Early County. Well, this is now impressive. This is now impressive here. This is up there with that Early County tornado warning. I think we're going to start seeing some blue and green here in this area in a moment. It's co-located with, meaning the tornado's underground. Co-located with the circulation. So, take shelter. Take shelter now. You don't see it on there yet, thankfully, but didn't seem. But let me go ahead and kind of track this again. Something along those lines that'll be crossing between, it looks like areas a little bit north of Ocklackney, but keeps on that path and just south of Meigs. So that northeasterly component here this morning, could be Ocklackney addresses, but it may be in the north side of town here. As you look at that, I mean, it could be something just a little bit more like this. I try to draw my arrow there. Then versus something like this. Or, you see it here, and you think maybe it's going to go kind of like this. But, again, just continue to track this here. Moving northeast there, 30 miles an hour. Checking for debris and correlation coefficient. It's not obvious. It was earlier in Early County when at the very beginning of this stream. Right there, our first tornado warning. It's obvious. There may be something in here that's not obvious, though. Again, just continuing to track everything. Continuing to keep you up to date. Trying to give you guys the latest to protect you, your friends, and your family. With the tornado watch there in the yellow shaded area. It's continuing to remain in effect until 6 o'clock tonight. I see that just a little while ago. The Storm Prediction Center in Norman within the last hour, as conditions became, and you could tell they're becoming more favorable for more of these storms to rotate. The problem is we have enough of a tornado parameter, and it's entering into a warm environment. The instability's there. It's April. I mean, we're not going to cool down eventually, and we have quite a bit of rotation. You know, these are the storms that were the problem further west. They had more wind in their enhancement, but they over there, I mean, it's not like we had, you know, energy that was, I mean, in terms of temperatures, you know, that were much different than this stuff. So this could be the problem. This could be pretty busy here. And as we look off the coast, we have quite a bit of light off Apalachicola, and then, you know, right into town, there's a good cluster of it too on that little line there. So this rotation is there. They may extend a warning, but it's not overwhelming. Watching some areas, but they're not overwhelming. That's the problem here. Now, this is probably going to produce something. If it's not already producing it, that, you know, by far sticks out like a sore thumb here. Headed toward the Ocklackney to Meigs area here over the next little bit. So we'll check some other radars to see the angle on this. I will say that the radar further back west doesn't have the rotation as tight, which could indicate the angle is kind of, you know, it may just be because it's closer to sewing it down toward the ground, but it also could just be the angle is kind of precluding us here, you know, to seeing it. It may not be as tight as it looked, but we wish we had the Moody radar, but it's down right now. That would have helped us some, but this is from Fort Novasil, that radar site there, the Fort Rucker/Fort Novasil site over there in southeast Alabama. You don't see the greens and reds coming together as much on this perspective, so that's a little bit of a better sign as we're looking at things, but we just still have to continue to track. So again, sticking with you here, getting through things. Again, staying on here as long as I can to protect everybody. Sometimes we have to get just a sip, you know, of water here and the like, because it's all about keeping you guys safe. As we've been very busy over the last week or so here in the Weather Center. Very busy in the Weather Center for sure. So, talking a lot here. You know, back a few weeks ago, we had all that severe weather. We were on for a while there over that weekend period there, right towards Election Sunday in college basketball. And now, the last week ahead of the national title game tonight in college basketball, we're on here wrapping things up with local. It's 11 a.m. You would say, well, let's hope it's all out here by 4 or 5. Well, I wish that was the case, but no. Across our area, we're not going to get these storms out of here until probably during that basketball game, give or take, with a severe threat. You know, winding down by about then. So we cover a large area. Don't get me wrong. I cover a larger area than most. It's, you know, especially broadcasters locally, they're not going to cover as large as I cover. But those are my 62 counties. Any tornado warning storm within the 62 we're going to be on. As we're looking at, by the way, basketball game I'm referring to, of course, is Florida-Houston for the national title. You know, I'm a Seminole, but the Gators here, you know, one county away from where I'm at, they're based at. And they've been so good there, the men's team. We'll see what happens. And I know I was mentioning some of the stations down in Central Florida could have to interrupt that game or have double box up if there's some warnings in play, depending on how things transpire. Even maybe crawls or something up here in North Florida, depending on how the situation does evolve here with things lingering around. So we'll just have to wait and see on that. Just have to wait and see. Again, still with you here at 11:10. I'm hoping we'll kind of get back to these being hit and miss instead of just staying with us all day. But it's not out of the question. So again, we're live on Facebook, Casey Cloud Every X, Facebook Cloud Weather, Twitter /X at Cloud KC, and then I'll So you YouTube there at Clouds Weather, you know, Twitch Cloud Weather, cloudweather.com, and the likes. Just continue to track everything here for you. Okay, we just got a new warning. It's not a tornado warning, though, which may be a good sign. So, see, with thunderstorm warning for portions of Gadsden, Leon, Liberty, McCullough with some weak rotation. Mentioned tornado possible tag, but not a formal tornado warning right now. So, I'm just gonna keep tabs on everything. I know, not able to show it to you at the moment, but the clouds are really moving out there today. You know, aloft. It is, you know, pretty sunny though where I'm at here. It's just dark right now. That's letting things destabilize, and it's breezy though. Yeah, that wind energy around. Ready 81 here. He's just starting to be precise. So let me go ahead and just keep looking at things here. Again, trying to keep you up to date. It's 11:12 a.m. on your Monday. So let's go ahead and just keep on showing some things. That's the news of a thunderstorm warning with the yellow here, probably replacing that tornado warning, but I think getting a little bit further up on the line. 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, the biggest concern. Northwestern McCullough, southeastern Gadsden, as well as east central Liberty and southwestern Leon counties here. So we're just going to watch this. But okay, we're now being told there's an observed tornado now to the north. You know, the one I was worried about is now a confirmed tornado on the ground near Ocklawahney. Need to get folks into shelter here. Let me get that debris signature up. I'm sure that's probably what they're using to confirm this. I was, you know, concerned that we would see something based on how that velocity was popping out at us. Oh yeah, there's something there now for sure. We have a tornado on the ground. 2nd of the morning here in our covered area. Obviously, you see that blue now. This is a tornado on the ground, headed toward areas there around State Road 3 between Ocklawahney and Meigs. We have a tornado in progress, and the problem here, you know, this pot, it was a little bit higher up, a few thousand feet, because this is how the debris tracker is, you know, and that was based on where the radar is in relation. But yeah, it's been on there for a few scans now. We were on some other of the accident, and now it's pretty rural in there, but it might have been hitting a few houses, but now it's going to be crossing over the road here, State Road 3, US 19, and the like. We're even seeing that from the Fort Novastil radar, and that's getting even higher up now. Let me see how high that is. I know we had 7,000 feet this morning in Early County, and now, yeah, almost 8,000 feet. So this could be closer to an EF2 tornado. You know, high-end EF1, low-end EF2, a stronger tornado. It's now been visible. This second scan has been visible off the other radar here now on that other mode. So let me see that. This is all the way from Alabama, and we're seeing that over 7,500 feet or so. Yeah, you see almost 8,000 feet up, which indicates, you know, as we get higher up with debris, indicates a more significant tornado. So we have a large tornado on the ground here in terms of the impacts and, you know, the strength of it. When you see large, you generally mean EF2. Or higher, low-end EF2, and that's what we could have in the worst-case scenario here, a low-end EF2 tornado here with winds, you know, of around 115 miles an hour or so. And what I will say is sometimes when you get everything you get the debris after it, the velocity gets crazy, and then after the velocity, you know, starts to wind down here, that's happening there right after the debris gets crazy because it's not able to maintain itself. So that's maybe the case here. It looks like the velocity already starting to wane a little bit, but the debris still there, obviously. But the velocity signature, I told you it was up there. I told you I thought it'd produce, and it definitely did. As it was going from Grady into Ward, Northwestern Thomas County. Now, this is not Thomasville's issue, thankfully, but, Northwest Thomas County, that's a tornado on the ground here. As, you could even, you almost saw it there at 11:07. I might have even pointed that out a little bit there. It was cleared in, and now then. It's starting to somewhere that lofted signature now. We have some pretty weak rotation around Thomasville in a different storm now. But this one here kind of made itself a little bit more discreet in a way. And that became a problem. So let me see what we can do. You can still see that. It may still be down, but I could also do the lofted debris. So where did it start hitting? It started hitting right here on the county line. Mainly trees, but definitely could be some homes in there. So that was scan 1. That's pretty rural, thankfully. That's the thing. It's not right in town. Scan 2. So between there and there, still pretty rural. I don't really see many homes in here. Maybe there might be a couple here or there. It's definitely possible. I think there are. Okay, there look like a few right in there. And if it didn't hit them, it came awfully close. Maybe it went between them and just hit the trees, but can't say that for sure based on radar, especially when you're looking a few thousand feet up. And then there would be a home right there, give or take. This isn't perfect. I had a relative, they got hit there, back in Missouri a few years ago and sued them into the debris zone. It was one street over from them. So, but as we go ahead and keep on looking at this, you can see just a handful of homes, but still probably some getting hit. New tornado warning with the observed tornado tag. They don't want to let their guard down on this because of the nature of that spin, how it ramped up and then produced a tornado. At 11:15, a tornado-producing storm was located near Ocklawahnee, or 8 miles southeast of Petaluma, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. A damaging radar-confirmed tornado. It's mainly though over rural areas of southeastern Mitchell, northwestern Thomas, and southwestern Colquitt counties, including the following locations: Funston, Center Hill, Murphy, Moultrie, Municipal Airport, Quality, and Chastain. Those communities here could in general be in the path of an observed tornado. We'll start to say that we're starting to get another spin up here now. This one to the south's falling off a little bit, but again, just gonna keep on tracking things here. Keep on watching. Keep on giving you guys the very latest here. This is the only tornado warning storm we have. The one in the south went to us for thunderstorm warning, but we're going to keep watching that rotation. That's not exactly headed into the greatest spot because I see that rotation to the south was rural. Now there's really 2 rotations, and let's get down here. I don't know if I love what I'm seeing because one of those at least could end up being a Tallahassee problem here as we look ahead. The tornado watching play, hopefully it doesn't happen, but, I hate to even say this, but with the way things are going, with FSU athletics and with Florida playing the national title here tonight, the way the luck's been going, I might end up getting something to drop tornadically around Tallahassee here in the next little bit based on just thinking about that and what I'm seeing on velocity. I'm not sure if I really like what I'm seeing here because it's saying going right toward town. So let's go ahead and it's not a tornado warning yet, but if you're at FSU, FAMU, and TCC, be ready to take those tornado precautions here over the next little bit. This is headed right into Ward Town here, potentially. So be ready to take those tornado precautions there. This is not a tornado warning yet for Tallahassee, but that's not exactly what I want to see. And I say athletically, of course, we all know softball is doing really well, but you know, baseball started really struggling here over the weekend and the like. So, except for softball, out of the major sports, everything's kind of struggling there. And let's just hope a tornado doesn't add to the problems like what it did last year with the circus attempt. Just went back up. So hopefully this doesn't try to drop anything. We have two different spins though on this, quite honestly. So we had a tornado warning this south earlier on, south and west. We have these spins. I know. Hoping everything at FSU, FAMU, TCC, and the state capitol are all right. On to the same spot, getting hit by a tornado in consecutive years. Not zero. They are low theoretically though, but again, just, you know, hoping for the best here as an FSU alum. And no tornado warning yet, but okay, so this is where this is kind of headed. One of these headed toward the south side of town in general, the other headed right into toward downtown as we're tracking things here. Don't think it's a setup for it, but you know, it's not like exactly what it was last year, but I remember seeing 3 confirmed tornadoes at once headed into toward Tallahassee, and let's hope this doesn't start to remind us of that. So again, let's go ahead and keep looking here. Let's go ahead and keep looking at this. I'm going to draw these out a little bit better. So this one, you know, if I take it a little bit from that, that might be a better track for it. So headed toward the airport as we're kind of looking. And then you have this one right here that may head up there a little bit further. So maybe if you kind of look at both tracks, they maybe head just a tad further than how I was tracking them initially. But these angles can be tricky. This is just a thunderstorm warning right now, not a tornado warning on this. I'm not going to focus much more attention on it for now, but we do have cameras around Tallahassee that I'll be ready to go to as needed on the Florida 5-1 perspective, you know, that are available as of last week or so when we were doing severe coverage. We were able to see some different perspectives there around Tallahassee. So if they're still up this week, we'll, you know, with those views, we'll try to do that. I know this has turned into maybe about one of the busier tornado warning days of the whole year toward our 62 counties here, considering what we may have in our, you know, hours to come based on already seeing the parameters come into play, producing multiple tornadoes on the ground. So, and then there's a lot more land to cover. Okay, let's go back up. We got to watch a Moultrie because this has produced a tornado, maybe a rather significant one, and it may still be on the ground up here. Though I think it probably lifted by now, but let me just kind of track this on out. Okay, they keep going a little bit north of half some of these, you know, tracks are setting up here. So I need to make sure I'm tracking these just right. Okay, so Moultrie. You need to be ready to take shelter in that area. Not officially for the most part under this tornado warning yet, but be ready to take shelter there. Going back to the south, let me take the super off because I don't want to confuse anybody because there's not a tornado warning south. There is north though. But you know, about this time last year we had the flooding at FSU. Those cars getting, messed up there. And then a month later, the tornado at FSU. Then we had Hurricane Helene, though luckily that, at worst the impact went to the east. Lucky for Tallahassee, not lucky for other parts of our area. So just need to be very mindful here of what could happen. Hope we don't have any debris signatures on this. Again, just continuing to track all the information. The new severe thunderstorm warning is south now. This is for parts of Franklin County, central Franklin County until 12:30. At 11:23, a severe thunderstorm is located in Apalachicola, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. So expect damage to roof, siding, and trees. Carabel Beach, Franklin, Royal Bluff, High Bluff, Yent Place, 11 miles. St. George Island State Park, St. George Island, Tilton, Greenpoint, Carabel, East Point, Bay City, Lanark Village, Apalachicola Airport, Apalachicola, and Krill. So that's kind of storyline there. As we're tracking things, as we're monitoring the very latest on what is happening. Gotta watch for some weak rotation. I know we were starting things off a little earlier that the chances of a watch were less than 50 for a tornado, and instead we're into a full-fledged severe weather, outbreak here. You could almost make the argument out of order our counties with, having at least 2 confirmed tornadoes, and they're not everywhere. Not everybody's getting it, thankfully, but both of those had pretty hefty debris signatures. I mean, Early County was before we were talking about the watch, maybe. But then we had to watch put in play. Now we have this one. Got to watch up toward Tipton. May get a tornado warning up toward Tipton here if we're not careful as we're looking at this. There's an advisor to just put it out because they're watching. If this intensifies, they'll have to issue some type of warning for Tipton here. There's some rotation moving up toward Tipton there and toward Tift County over the next little bit. But let's go back to the one where we had a confirmed tornado most recently, because this is headed up toward Moultrie. And even though it looked like it was weakening for a while there, yeah, kind of, you see the brightness it produces. It kind of broadens. Now it's starting to tighten back up, and guess where it's headed? It's headed right toward Moultrie and Colquitt County. You need to be ready to take your tornado precautions here in Moultrie, right in the metro there. Quite a bit of population. You're not officially under the warning yet, but you need to be ready to take those tornado precautions there around Moultrie. This could be producing again at any point. It's not still. I mean, it may still, but I don't see it as obvious now. So, kind of data still on the ground at the moment. It's kind of broad, but it's, the winds are pretty strong in there. So we just have to be really cautious, really careful here this morning as we're tracking things, as things have taken an escalation here with the meteorology. The escalation here with the meteorology. Again, just trying to give you guys the very latest here on what's happening. It was possible based on what happened to the west, but kind of hoping some of this would get undercut here and we'd get, just it'd be hit and miss warnings, but it's become a lot more hit than miss with, we're seeing warning after warning, and we're not, in terms of that timeline, even if not everybody's getting it, we're not really getting much of a break with these tornado warnings, and this stuff's moving pretty slow too, so this could be a day, we have a number of tornado warnings we end up having, most we've had all year in our area today, the way things are setting up now. So let's hope that changes. But they're kind of getting by themselves too. These are becoming more discreet. That's discreet, and within a line, this kind of day gets overlooked for everything that happened in the west, and the parameters aren't like what they had to the west in a lot of ways, but in some ways there's enough for this part of the country, and somehow this has become, a hook echo out of this line. So, I mean, literally, it was part of the line earlier on as you look further back. We had, stuff be hooks at points, of course, but now it's a hook. somehow it's gotten itself away from the other convection, and it's around some lighter rain, so it's not completely untapped air, but it's able to get itself in a better spot here, and this is not ideal. So again, Moultrie, be ready to take those tornado precautions in Colquitt County here this morning, right around State Road 111 is where this is right now, State Road 202, moving up into Moultrie now. Tipton, we're watching rotation there, and okay, we got a tornado on the ground now, headed in. Okay, Leon County, observed tornado warning coming out. There's your debris signature. We got a tornado on the ground in Leon County now. We need to get folks into shelter there. So they just issued a tornado warning to pop up there in a second, but let's go ahead and, that's looking great. Let's go ahead and pop up something on another mode here. We have a tornado warning for an observed tornado on the ground now. It's a pretty rural area, so I hope it weakens before it gets into more populated zones. But there's your tornado in progress, headed, in the general direction of the Tallahassee metro area right at lunchtime. Okay, so this is moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. This is a tornado on the ground now. So yeah, that's 19 miles away. It may track a little bit more like this. I'll run a track on it in a second. But my point is, it's be there right at 12 o'clock into Tallahassee. So, you're not in the warning yet officially in Tallahassee proper, but be ready. Be ready to get in toward that tornado safe spot in the metro. 11:30, a tornado-producing storm is located 11 miles southwest of Midway, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. So, okay, you need to be really watching this to the north and east, but let me go ahead and show you here some other modes. So that's to the north. This is the tornado on the ground to the south. Again, this is headed right up into Tallahassee and the metro. Again, to observe tornado in progress. Headed right toward the airport first, though. That might be reminiscent a little bit more of that tornado we had a few years ago during the school day. And, at first, but it's heading a little more north from there, I would say. Again, we're jumping around as best as we can. We just so much, only so much we can talk about when there's so much happening. We have an observed tornado here. That was a marginal risk day a few years ago. But there's your tornado on the ground. Let me get you a track on this. I'm going to do it from Storm Relative so I can, and I need to check one thing. I want to get the Doak Campbell Stadium address on here so we can give you a better look. I'm just going to change setting here real quick. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. We also got to watch out for Florida A&M. I say TCC, but it's Tallahassee State College now. That's what it'd be called. So we got to watch out for them too. And the state capital. They might be hunkering down there as these storms have really escalated. So I have FSU on here now. We're going to kind of try to track this out and see exactly where this might be headed. Honestly, it looked like it kind of shifted on us. I'm going to track it from here. Now that keeps wanting to go a little north. So let me just take it. It's wobbling, so that makes it kind of tricky trying to follow it. That's something how it keeps going north, though. Doesn't normally have a situation of, we don't normally have a situation like this. Whether they're going back to radar indicated for Mitchell, Thomas canceled, but then that's for Colquitt, Moultrie. We'll try to get cameraed up there, but we have this problem on our hands here toward Tallahassee. Like it wants to get out of the box here. It's going so far north already. Yikes. That might help it miss some areas for the east depending on how it goes, but it's a little bit odd how far. I think we got a better track on it now. So if it keeps on this path, that might miss FSU then. That's not exactly what the polygon was thinking though, so it could wobble back. But that could end up being more of a better path for it in terms of it, being a more accurate path is what I'm trying to say. But then it might end up missing FSU in that case. But we have to watch more up toward the Killarney Estates area then, in North Tallahassee. So again, because if you're extrapolating the polygon, I know they were trying to get this out as quick as they could, but the polygon be something like this, and in the middle is Tallahassee, Prop, downtown, and FSU. It kind of look like that on some of their modes, but it seems like it keeps wanting to go further and further north, which is intriguing meteorologically. Okay, so your last frame right there still is showing something. Again, still with you here. With the two confirmed, type of tornado situations. The one with the history of it, the one with the more recent scans showing it. That's at least 3 tornadoes in our area now this morning. So we're watching the word Moultrie. Maybe something again there. Let me just kind of run through this. Yeah, it looks like it. Let me see. Could be some inflow there too, but let's get some cameras ready. Now that Tallahassee storm looks like it wants to head just a little bit further north, but we'll see. I'll try to get some cameras up around Moultrie. There's Georgia 501 perspectives. And it's still calling the Tallahassee area, not Tallahassee proper yet, but Tallahassee area warning confirmed. Looking at 8 miles southwest of Midway, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. Let's go to traffic here. Cameras. This is around Moultrie and Colquitt County. As we keep on tracking, that looks really calm, but that could change. With all these severe weather events since about, I guess, we had 2017, but 2018, 2019, we've been watching things, and 2018 was the year we had Michael knock so many trees down to the west. You gotta wonder, there's been studies done that said, maybe entitled about the thought process, maybe some potential for more storm, instability here, because the less trees being around could warm up more, be more favorable for severe weather. It seems like we've had just so many events, since Michael in terms of severe weather. 2019 comes to mind, and FSU tornado later on, a few we had around Tallahassee last time about, we had the year before, well, not the year before, but last year we had Tallahassee, tornado situation, and then we had a flood though that of, the month before, and we had another FSU tornado, well, not FSU, but Tallahassee tornado a few years before, but FSU students were following that. But as we go ahead and look here, track this storm all by itself. I just don't know how that got so discreet like that. It's just concerning. You can get that in more significant severe weather sometimes. High tide at Tipton, watching rotation. Again, we've had this one on the ground here at points. Storm Prediction Center saying that the winds would probably be 85 to 115 in a tornado. When we have them, and then the wind gust in severe thunderstorms will be 55 to 70. It's the latest assessment. You see a severe thunderstorm warning down toward Franklin County. Obviously, if you're watching this stream, you should description about the first tornado warning this morning. Things have stayed active since then. As I know, the Storm Prediction Center just sent out their update saying the threat for tornadoes and wind damage will persist with embedded supercells through the early afternoon here. And a prefrontal band of convection with embedded supercell structures has shown signs of slow intensification from mid to late morning from the Florida Panhandle and south central Georgia. And surface heating in advance of the convective band, along with sufficient deep layer shear and low-level photograph curvature per the regional VWPs, will maintain embedded supercell structures and the threat for tornadoes. That confirmed by recent debris signatures in Thomas County, Georgia, and Leon County, Florida. And also, we could have additionally some occasional wind damage. And likewise, modest forcing for ascent along the prefrontal band will also favor line breaks and semi-discrete storms within the band to the early afternoon. So that's not what you want to hear. You know, leading to maybe more of this not fun stuff. That tornado's still on the ground there in Leon County, guys. I know you started to see that track a little further north in the box, like I was alluding to, but I mean, generally you're going to have, you can just tell how they, it issued it, and it's wanting to keep going north and north and north, and it keeps going north and north and north, but it also keeps staying on the ground. By the way, the new severe thunderstorm warning now, and this is pretty, let me just double check, yeah, very forested right now there. We'll get back to that in a second. While we have the chance, I may not have much of a chance if things stay as crazy as it look. We got a new severe thunderstorm warning up here now. Just came down there. Reports in the Colquitt tipped and worked at 12:30, 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, and there's a root rotation with that. So if that tightens up, a tornado warning may have to be issued there up in toward the Tipton area. So that's toward I-75. Let me just go back to the Colquitt warning. Okay, severe thunderstorm. Wait a minute. Okay, I see what they've done. So beg your pardon. So they did not issue a warning for this one here. It said tip, so I just saw tipped and thought it was this one. But no, they've decided not to continue. Apparently, the tornado warning in the storm that said the history of producing a tornado further here. So it's a thunderstorm warning for Moultrie. That's actually better news than, so not a new storm altogether, it's the same one, but it's a thunderstorm warning on the storm that has a history of producing a tornado. But we need to watch the one to the north as well. But this one we really have to watch because it's still producing a tornado. I know it's in a pretty rural area. They're saying near Midway, but Midway's up here. That's just the closest city technically. So assuming that, that one to the north, I think is not, less likely to produce a tornado right now. Let's really focus our attention on the one that's producing a very vivid debris signature in Leon County, mind you. Again, the path of this is kind of shifted a little bit, like what you can have, in severe weather. You can have that in hurricanes too. We know all about that, which was good for Tallahassee, for Elaine, not other areas. But this debris is up to at least 2,000 feet, but it may be up higher than that. It's just, you do the tilt switch here. I'm going to run another kind of track on this to make sure it's still kind of following the track we were talking, because it could start to, bend back to the right here. That's not impossible that it could start to bend back to the right. So we can't just, rule it out for FSU and Tallahassee. It's just that it became a little less likely there. This is very rural territory out here overall where it is right now. It still head toward the interstate though. If it didn't head toward, maybe FSU and Tallahassee downtown, you have Killarn and some of those other neighborhoods. So. Okay, so we're just going to try to trace this out. Again, it keeps wanting to go kind of north of where you would maybe think, but so that's kind of an idea of what could happen. Something like that. So if it's going to cross the interstate, you're not saying it's supposed to stand the ground this long, but it'd probably go about 3 miles northwest of FSU. But that's not a certainty. Definitely not a certainty. Just a possibility. The forecast right now. Still a lot of population up there, I know. And I need to do something. So what I'm going to do here, I want to run something else. So bear with me here. I got to go to a different system to do it. The way things have been going here lately. I think it's going to go a little west of them, but you know, if it keeps going east, it could be around that really populated area around WCTV there. So let me just go ahead and run a lot of these storms have been wanting to come close to TV stations lately. It seems like, you know, all the stations taking shelter, like KFBS there and Cape Girardeau twice last week. And, you know, just like, I'm just going to see if I can get an address here and put that in my source real quick. Because that's a very busy area there. If you guys are aware. It's going to take me a minute to do this. Hopefully it doesn't hold together this long, but that's right there. You know, where everything kind of comes together into the interstate. Thomasville Road. And I'm just going to try to see if I can put a track on that. I think it still might miss that too, but bear with me. It's really highly populated. So again, just trying to run some different things here. You know, of course, WOFL and Orlando, the area, like Mary, they had their problem with the tornado there. Again, I'm just continuing to give you guys the latest. We're in Bradford County, but we're always on top of the 62 counties. So I'm going to run this again. I had WCTV's position there near Thomasville Road. We have so many businesses and the like. Let's just go ahead and try to run this through again to see. So I'm just going to kind of trace this on out. Yeah, I think it would kind of take something like this here. So it just goes just west of that. So we're talking maybe a little bit closer, give or take here to maybe Monroe, near I-10, maybe crossing around Monroe here in North Tallahassee with the tornado. So just kind of giving you guys the idea. Geographically there, if this tornado were to stay down, it'd probably maybe cross I-10 around Monroe Street, give or take. Again, continuing to watch here. Continuing to track. Trying to give you the very latest here on what's going on. You know, because this isn't a more rural area out west, but a lot more populated further east. Hopefully it doesn't hold together that long, but very well may not, but can't take chances here. We got to try to get out ahead of this. As we're watching things here this morning. It's all about protecting you, your friends, and your family. Tornado moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. Just trying to get my bearings here. making sure I'm giving you guys the very latest here. Okay, so let's go ahead and run this through. That looks a lot weaker on that frame. That's what I was hoping, but that does look a little bit weaker. We can't let our guard down here. Can't let our guard down. By any stretch of the imagination, that looks a lot more linear on that frame. A lot more linear. And honestly, it looks like it's dissipated here, which is what we want to see, but can't let our guard down. What's left of this is right there near State Road 20, west of Northfleet. Again, trying to keep you guys up to date here. Trying to get some of the traffic cameras ready now. Okay, they issued a new tornado warning. I agree. They're going to stay with this being observed here. A little hook on that right here, but it's in the massive storms versus an individual, which might make it a little harder to maintain. Okay, so they issued a very, very, very small polygon on this. That's very small, guys. We're trying to confine this here to 1215. So excluding FSU, obviously. Okay, so let me see that too on this other mode. So here it is. And I'll kind of, I'm trying to kind of outline it so you can see it better. This is our new tornado warning here to 1215. So this goes to 1215. Into that lunch hour, obviously. So again, I'm just tracking this very carefully here with the tornado warning situation. Okay, so I want to try to get some cameras here. So let's see. Let's look at the rotation again. So bouncing between a bunch of our systems. Okay, so okay, this one's looking south. Okay, where are we looking south? I just want to make sure. We may need to go a little bit. Let's just take this camera for a second and we'll keep efforting. So here you go, Florida 5-1 perspective, all these newly available cameras here on this system. Tennessee Street, one of the intersections further west here in the county. Okay, not seeing too much except just the dark skies and the wet roads, obviously, there. As we continue along, we just try to, it looks a lot less definitive, obviously, but where the debris is around, what's left of it, around State Road 20 west of Northfleet. So let me find Northfleet and go west there. As we're tracking this. Again, just tracking where this tornado was and hopefully it didn't reemerge. Looks a lot more linear, but we're close to the radar, so it might be almost an illusion here at this point. Still possible it could tighten back up on us. I'm just trying to effort some of these different shots. Definitely see the nasty conditions in that vicinity. Florida 5-1 perspectives. Definitely way more broad right now. And broad is what we like. We don't want tight spins. There's so many cameras, I can only pick one, one at a time. So definitely possible we can miss something here. Let's see how bad the conditions are on the interstate at 193 though. Almost like a different spin trying to develop there, but if not, you'll see what I'm talking about. Things don't look great out there. It's very nasty in terms of the weather conditions. Very nasty. As we're looking at this live. Toward Tallahassee, it's just not what you want to be out in here right now. Toward the Ocklawaha River, I-10 mile marker 193. This just looks awful. It's like you're out in the middle of a tropical storm or something. Folks trying to cut in front of each other. That looks so dangerous. As we're just tracking this here this morning. Not good conditions. Very, very reduced visibility. Again, as we go ahead and keep looking at things here. Let's go back over to velocity. A lot of rain, downpours in there make it harder to see exactly what might be going on. Okay, so that one to tighten up right there near the interstate, close to where that one camera was. It'll look a different area, but now we're so close, we don't exactly know what's happening because we had this down here. And now it'd be down in here, but it looks like another spin developing up here. I'm hoping because it's not as clear. This is a sign that everything's kind of becoming more linear, but could be something in there. Still kind of looks like maybe a little something up here. I'm talking about right there. It really does look like there could be something. Very, very tricky. So right into the radar. So what I'm going to do is we keep looking, keep tracking. Even on here, you can kind of see some of the rotation. By the way, this is the only warning, the only storm that has a tornado warning now. This cluster. Just to remind you guys, the one in Georgia died, and they even dropped the thunderstorm warning on it, interestingly enough. I know way we're east where we're at, we're at 83 degrees. That's a sign that things are destabilizing more. As we're tracking, as we're checking. They dropped, the lunch hour, the one expired to the south. We had this morning up into the interstate. This would probably go on a little west of Monroe at this point, but that didn't mean it couldn't kind of swing back. If a new warning gets issued, new severe thunderstorm warning for Franklin McCullough to 1 o'clock. 60-mile-an-hour winds. Hail probably wouldn't be doing ants, but got that down there to the coast between Caribou and St. Teresa. Of course, the tornado warning continues up here. They're not going to want to drop this with it being so close. Goodness, that almost looks like something in there. Okay, let's go back over to traffic camera. I know it doesn't look like much of a velocity, but we're so close in there. Look like extra debris almost, but it could just be an illusion. That's why you gotta be in south. You can't be taking any chances here. Can't be taking any chances. Cannot be taking any chances. That's 263. I'm looking at traffic cameras around here, and I'm trying to see what we're doing with. I'm trying my best here, but okay, let's pull up this one here. It's 195, exit 195. So it's about 4 miles west of Monroe. It's about, if we had something, probably still be down. What I mean by that is that we're seeing some type of debris signature, so it could just be a illusion on the radar being so close. Or that also could be something that's kicking up debris. So this is right there, 195. What they're doing right now is they're just not sure about any of this here anymore. If we had to clear debris signatures earlier on, but because it's so close, they're just going to go through a thunderstorm warning now with a tornado possible tag further up toward the north. They'll probably keep the tornado warning here a little longer, but now they're going to severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag there. So at 12:02, the severe thunderstorm was located, I think, near Havana, but I mean, you could see it's all in that line, even back where the rotation is, and this is all moving northeast at 40. Locations impacted include Macon Community Park, the Miccosukee Road Greenway, Mon Creek, Levy Park. Also getting toward Killearn Lakes, Miccosukee, Fred George Park, Killearn Estates, Tallahassee, Market District, Lake Jackson, Bradfordville, Henson, and Beachton. So on that line, there is some weak rotation as we get further up. So a tornado could develop a little or no advance warning. I just wonder if that's it. Could it be all that lofted debris from earlier in here? But, you know, it's so close in the radar, it's hard to say. It's very hard to say. As we're tracking this, as we're monitoring it. Again, still with you with the tornado coverage. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center. Let's take you over to another shot. I'll take you to Mission and Thorpe. Let's go ahead and take you there. Mission Road and Thorpe Street in Tallahassee. See the folks using the windshield wiper, all having to be out right at lunch here. Not the ideal situation. But we have just gotten some good news. The Weather Service has just sent out a statement that they're canceling the tornado warning altogether for Leon and Gadsden counties now. So again, we did have the tornado on the ground earlier in parts of Leon, but the circulation seems to have weakened. I know we're right at the radar, so it makes things a little less confident. But again, they have now canceled the tornado warning. As you see, the winds are strong. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning in play. Do have a severe thunderstorm warning in play for parts of Tallahassee. So that's definitely some pretty, wicked weather though coming on through as we're looking at things. Okay, so now the tornado warnings are all gone, but we have 3 severe thunderstorm warnings for 2 different areas. So everything in Georgia is, none of it's none of it's warned anymore, except, we do have at least going into Georgia a little, but my point being is tornado watches in play though, but nothing officially warned that's actively really in Georgia this year. Headed into Georgia though, and has a severe thunderstorm warning on it until about 12:45. Reports in the Gaston, Leon, and then in Georgia a little bit of Grady and Thomas. And there's some weaker rotation up there, so I'll have to monitor that. And then as you see here, parts of Franklin County, 12:30 that goes until, and then McCullough and Franklin till 1 o'clock. So damaging winds a possibility there of 60 miles an hour in terms of the gust. Make sure you're staying inside and away from windows. It's definitely a pretty nasty wall of wind coming in on St. Teresa now. And it'll be up toward South Tropi, Meadow Art, Wakulla Beach next little bit. St. Mark's, Newport. And make sure, if you have some of these concerns, and if you're just in the tornado watch or close to it in general, go ahead and turn your device up ahead of a potential storm moving in. So, important to do that. Just right here has some wind coming in toward Bradfordville next little bit. Miccosukee. You see Metcalf. So that little cluster there has kind of become a little bit more maybe broken apart in some regard. And radar could be cutting them look like that a little bit too, but the recent thunderstorm warning, 2 different clusters of storms, but no tornado warnings any longer anywhere in a covered area. So that means we'll probably go back to just doing the updates as needed here soon instead of having to stay on wall to wall pretty much with you. I know. Power outage numbers so far. Gaston County, 333 customers out according to Power.us. I see 1 in Liberty, none in Franklin, none in Ocala so far, but let's check Leon. And I'm going to specifically check some of the outage maps because they might update a little bit quicker. Here. 143 out total in Talquin, but that kind of gets into some of the counties and zones too. As we're looking at things. Let me see what city of Tallahassee has. Some of the work is going on the north side of things, but to learn a state's area is where this ends up, pinpointing more. Monroe Street exit, Channel 6, they are under the new warning, but you see a thunderstorm warning versus tornado warning, WCTV I was talking about earlier around, everything comes together there, Thomasville Road, but so far, believe it or not, and it's very early, and it didn't track everything to the north necessarily, all of it, but no customers in the dark according to City of Tallahassee Electric, so that's very good news so far, but that's early, very preliminary, so keep that in mind. Now toward Bradfordville, I'm starting to see a wind enhancement, winds of 50 to 60 possible in that vicinity. Next little bit. That's one thing about these storms, we're not seeing, if you're not getting like a tornado or something really enhanced, there is a tornado risk that's up there today, but if you're not getting any, maybe you're not even losing power, so that's at least a plus, because storms aren't just overwhelming otherwise, except for the spins that are developing. But moving up toward Bradfordville with some pretty strong wind next little bit. So downtown Tallahassee, right, on the edge of this. I guess that you know, get some of these areas that are pretty populated in here, but, you know, misses FSU precisely. As we look, all these warnings missing the campus of FSU with the stadium and the like, so that's good. Watching some weak rotation moving toward Bradfordville, so please be aware of that. Watching some other storms here as well. Strong wind coming on St. Teresa. So right of the radar, that's why I'm trying to be a little careful with exactly, like, I don't want to, like, downplay this too much here. Just trying to effort some camera shots. Let's go to Bannerman Road and Thomasville Road in Tallahassee. Traffic cam information via the Florida 511. There's a little traffic jam developing there, as we have some strong winds in that vicinity. Live look at this. Trying to tell that story. All those wet roads is not fun there in North Leon County right now. Definitely not fun with these inclement conditions. As wind could be picking up in that area here in a moment if it hadn't done so already. Definitely, you know, not great conditions there at the present time. But could get worse. Let me go ahead and broaden the view out again. Because if you're just joining us, we've been focusing on some tornado warnings. Confirmed tornadoes. We had one when we first started, you know, right about that time, right after we got on, it was confirmed Early County, Georgia. We had South Georgia confirmed there. It was headed in the direction of multiple at weekend, it seems. We had another confirmed tornado in Leon County, but it was headed in the direction of a little more populated area. A lot more populated comparatively, but it seems so far to may have weakened there. But 3 debris signatures, 3 tornadoes. We'll find out what the ratings are. But we're going to have to watch out, see what happens in the weather department the rest of the afternoon and find out there. And so just stay in tune to the latest development for everybody. But significant tornado parameter overall 1 here still. Some of those orange areas. Instability up there too, obviously. Temperature mid-80s to the east, which is impressive and not in a good way. Tornado watch in the yellow zone goes all the way about Nahunta, Folkestone, and Live Oak until 7. Make that 6. I'm sorry, 6 o'clock tonight. As we're tracking this. So let me run the latest model guidance for you. That's about what the radar's supposed to look like now, so it's not too far off. It was a little bit brighter with some of the convection, but some of it embeddedly was stronger. So this is supposed to be around 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 p.m., 6 p.m., so maybe still some severe weather around 7 p.m., 8 p.m., 9 p.m., 10 p.m., 11, midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m. when things are subsiding later on, but it's going to take a while. So even though we did get a tornado watch issued here, you know, we're not, because it is such a long-term thing where it's, you know, really hidden and really missed, we're not doing a half-hour update right now. We're going to leave the radar running and pop back in as warranted on the stream, obviously. Maybe warranted again very soon. I see another circulation again. May not get to go into a break. I see around Bradfordville now, it's been trying to come together. By the way, around Lanark Village and Franklin County got to 64 earlier, but let me get that Bradfordville camera again. This point is south, so it's not going to necessarily see what we need to see here, but see if this one's pointed any. Yeah, let's pull this one up, but I don't know if it's going to really show us what we need. Definitely some wind, rain, 4 to 5 in one perspective. Okay, new tornado warning. New tornado warning now for this. Just got issued at 12:45. Oh, it's really tightening up. Northeast of Bradfordville, northeast of Bannerman Road. We're just looking. Okay, so at 12:15, I said that thunderstorm keep producing a tornado. It was located 8 miles northeast of Tallahassee, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. So I need to get folks into shelter here. Another possible tornado now. This starts to escalate again. North of Bradfordville, a possible tornado. That red is where the tornado would potentially be. That little red ball, per se, versus the box is where it could be headed. But northeastern Leon, southeastern Grady, southwestern Thomas until 12:45. At 12:15, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located 8 miles northeast of Tallahassee, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. So, again, just continuing to watch here. Another tornado warning there toward, not right in, but toward the metro there in Tallahassee. So, new tornado warning. Need to get into shelter. Need to get in, toward that safe spot. This warning includes mainly rural areas of northeastern Leon, southeastern Grady, and southwestern Thomas counties, but including the following locations of Bradfordville, Killarn Lakes, and looks like the Lake Ammonia area, if I'm pronouncing that properly. So again, tornado warning to 12:45. Pretty rural comparatively, where it could have, been north or south, or, and it could still be up north, but, further south, we're watching things carefully. It's probably going to produce another debris signature based on that ramp up that I've seen. Be surprised if it might already be doing it. Oh, tornado on the ground north of Bradfordville. Tornado on the ground, folks, north of Bradfordville. Let's see if there's homes here. And there are a number of homes. They're not everywhere, but we got a tornado hidden there now in northern Leon County. That blue is the debris being lofted by the tornado that just got worse there. A tornado in progress. I'll check the camera again just to see if it angles into any of it, but we're running out of cameras where that is, and it means it's less populated, but is that camera facing north now? It is. Okay, they switched it on us, I think. So let's just see if we can see anything. There may be something in here, but with all that rain, it may make it, harder to see, and that makes things dangerous. But they are now officially confirming the tornado now. Yeah, you can't really tell, but it's somewhere north, probably from this camera. As we're trying to look into this. Just a few miles up, though. It's an obvious tornado on the ground there. It was 11 miles northeast of Tallahassee proper. A tornado in progress here in Leon County. Take your tornado precautions immediately. That's why, once the warning comes out, you got to take them. It's going to be crossing over US 319 here pretty soon. US 319 here pretty soon. As we're tracking things. Again, still monitoring the situation. Just trying to effort some things here. Bear with me. It's a significant debris signature. It's going to crossing Thomasville Road here for Sacred. It's a lot less populated than further south, but there are some homes in this area and a lot of trees too, but there likely are some homes in here. And if nothing else, people are driving and they cannot be driving on this stretch of road. You know, if they're headed from Tallahassee to Thomasville, a tornado is going to cross the highway here momentarily. A tornado is going to cross Thomasville Road, that road that takes you from Tallahassee to Thomasville here shortly. Again, tornado on there, and that blue ball indicates that. So that's not what you want to see. It's getting up there quite a bit. That debris over 5,000 feet. That's probably a stronger tornado that hit. So they might have been pretty lucky in the ward Tallahassee proper, you know, the metro per se, but areas north and south, you know, just around, not so lucky. That's an obvious tornado there in northern Leon County. Very substantial. That could be, again, a large and extremely dangerous tornado even in northern Leon County now. 1,670 folks there within that tornado warning, so it's pretty rural. Pretty rural compared to what it could be. But still, we have a tornado in progress, a tornado doing damage here. A tornado on the ground. So, not an ideal situation whatsoever here as we're looking at things. Again, still trying to give you guys the very latest. That's a really serious looking tornado signature, folks. I mean, it's, you know, anybody that's in there, they could really have problems. This is really up there. And it's over 5,000 feet. Let's check the radar here. Well, that's getting too high, but even, yeah, we're getting a debris at 9,000 feet. This could be about an EF2 tornado within about 115 miles an hour here, folks. This could be a considerable damage type tornado here. A strong tornado in progress doing a lot of damage. It could even be causing injuries. You know, that chance goes up when you have a stronger tornado like this. For really, you know, on the higher end of things for what we could have had today in this type of situation. This is a significant tornado. A strong tornado in progress, it would seem. It's crossing over Thomasville Road. You got 319 now. Winds 115 miles an hour. Definitely possible. This may end up being one of the stronger tornadoes we've had in Leon County since that one in East Tallahassee in 2019. So they're still observing it. That's on the highest debris scan. That's how high it's going. Tornado 15 miles northeast of downtown Tallahassee area, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour here. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely, and this, though, is affecting mainly rural areas, but that's a very, very nasty storm. Very nasty, very significant. Going to be moving into southern Georgia here very soon, as you can tell. I don't know if it's quite as intense in that latest scan, but it's still down, more than likely, just east of 319, as it tries to get into toward parts of the Grady-Thomas County area, close to that county line, probably. Probably getting to Grady and then getting to Thomas, so not a good situation here. As we keep getting these scans every minute or two, as this is so serious, so volatile, as you're tracking things, as we're monitoring them. Again, a significant tornado, it would seem, here toward northern parts of Leon County. If that one back in 19 was an EF3, this very well could be an EF2. That's been doing damage here. Is that even a debris ball on the accelerator like what we would see in the olden days here in meteorology? Can't say for sure, but it may be. It's a significant tornado hitting in northern Leon County, causing a lot of damage here. You would think. I mean, hopefully it's more about the trees than about homes, but any homes that would have got hit are going to have problems. Going to have probably severe damage even, some cases. As we continue to watch, continue to track. I know we didn't have an enhanced area, enhanced risk, or anything from the Storm Prediction Center today, but it's kind of turned into that type of situation with things just to go from 0 to 60 so quickly here. Again, Roy, you know, on the highest end of what today could have been with these very volatile conditions. Again, very nasty weather, very dangerous weather. Tornadoes now trying to get into Georgia. That's the Georgia line, that white line there is the Florida-Georgia border. I'll be getting in the rural parts of Grady County and then maybe in the rural parts of Thomas County. Primarily rural, but I mean, there are a few homes probably out in there. Again, still watching, still tracking. Very volatile situation. Still staying with slight 2 out of 5 risk versus going to an enhanced, but it's definitely been, you know, a very active situation. Very dangerous. Now, hopefully it doesn't hold together this long, but if it does, it's going to be threatening Thomasville here in the next little bit. I mean, this accident's done its best, seemingly, to try to go around the more populated areas so far, but, you know, it just happens to be that way, obviously. But as we're looking, we got to watch Thomasville here. You know, if you have more areas that are less populated and areas that are more, but it could be headed right north to southeast side, maybe a Thomasville, give or take, in the next little bit. Your tornado warning may end up going up there depending on how this evolves and holds together. So, again, nasty situation here. As they're tracking up toward Thomasville and Thomas County with the observed tornado this, you know, in this area. Again, still watching things. That's your tornado debris. There it is on that mode. Again, a very nasty signature. We have the other warnings in play. The yellow boxes near the coast. Severe thunderstorm warnings down there. Damaging winds of possibility even confirmed earlier around Lanark Village. We have this severe thunderstorm warning with the tornado warning inside of it. Very tight rotation. Obviously, the tornado on the ground there. Again, not a good situation here this afternoon. So important to take shelter. So important to take precaution. As we try to keep you safe and informed. Again, trying to stay on top of things. Okay, new tornado warning now for Grady and Thomas until 1 o'clock. So are they going to go all the way to Thomasville with this? Let's see. We'll find out. Purple box, confirmed tornado located 12 miles southwest of Thomasville, moving northeast at 35. Yeah, they're sending us all the way into the Thomasville metro area. So if you're in Thomasville, it's time to get an interior room away from windows. It's time to take shelter, time to take it seriously around Thomasville based on the history of this being a tornado-producing storm. Again, you gotta take your precautions here. Again, a nasty, nasty weather situation here on this Monday. We just really gotta be taking heed here. What we're dealing with. Not a fun scenario. Still gathering the latest details. We started out talking about Early County way back this morning, but now we're talking about this. Goodness gracious. It's now been such a strong tornado that we're now getting, you're getting something we don't get around here very often, and that is, have the active tornado debris signature. And it may or may not still be in the ground. We're now getting what you call a signature, really. I don't remember the exact technical wording, but what it is when the tornado is so strong, okay, it's a fallout signature pretty much. So what that is that it picked up so much debris, it's now going to start dropping the debris that it picked up, further up toward the north here with this. So that's how significant, a tornado this was. This may have been, a higher NDF too when you get a signature like that, because it's just picked up so much debris. It's now starting to drop it out of the clouds here into northeastern parts, southeastern parts of Grady County, and now moving into Ward Thomas County. That's not good, obviously, when you're talking about stuff like that. It's starting to drop debris that it picked up out of the sky, per se. So it's not what you want to deal with here. I mean, granted, it may not be very damaging to the people that have that, but it means something was really damaging to the south, and I hope folks are okay in northern Leon County. That means that we had, so much debris picked up here that is now dropping it out of the sky, more than likely here in southeastern Grady County, as we're looking now into toward parts of Thomas County here over the next little bit. I don't know if the tornado is still on the ground. I'm thinking it may not be, but you can't, with this, you don't take chances. I mean, we could have been talking, I say, 115-mile-an-hour tornado, but with that type of debris signature, which I've not seen around here that often over the years, to be quite honest. That's something you get more in an EF3 or an EF4 tornado. Not saying that's what this was, but my point being is that we're talking about, it's probably a tornado with winds more like 120, 130 miles an hour at this point, but it's just based on the damage, and I'm hoping not as much got damaged as could have. I mean, it did go into more rural areas, but we're waiting word here. That's very, very, very serious to have a signature like this on the radar. You don't get that very often. Again, we've been with you for hours here in the Weather Center at this point. This is a weather situation that, just the day after day event now, winding off, but it's not wound down yet. It hadn't wound down yet. Trying to effort some more information here, folks. Again, still trying to give you more information. But that is not something you ever want to see on the Doppler perspective. But we just saw, I think it, the worst of that missed most of the population center of Tallahassee, but some folks probably took a very hard hit on the surrounding sides there, maybe Southwestern and North. Don't necessarily see that it was on the ground right in town, but the most populated areas, I gotta quantify that a little bit. But again, still tracking, still monitoring. Trying to keep you up to date. Trying to be here for you the best I can. I'm going to check those power outage maps now. May not have all the latest information in yet, but at least 426 out on Talquin, but that may be underdoing it there in that northern zone. Not 279 customers out on City of Tallahassee Electric. Again, it's kind of scary. We keep going from, not a whole bunch of just terrible, and in this case, to at least this case for sure, a terrible tornado moving through the less populated at least, but still parts of Leon County. Again, still trying to give you the latest. We're still here. We've had so many fatalities across the country, and now, the worst case scenario in terms of the storm acts, and maybe not where it's hit population-wise, but the worst of the population, maybe we didn't get that to intersect, like okay, so I know it's still bad, and we still could have had injuries or even something worse based on the signature. But my point being, if we would have had a signature like this over Tallahassee, we'd be talking about something worse than that tornado situation last year if that was right in downtown. Well, it's not near that level because I think it hit way more rural, but I think where it hit, the winds may have been even stronger because we did not have, unless I'm forgetting, and I may be because we had a lot that's happened last year or so, but I don't remember a fallout signature like this, a debris fallout signature like this and that. So even though this did not hit near as much population as that accident did last year, not near as much, this could have been a stronger situation with the wind. We could be talking winds closer to 130 miles an hour. Because what this is, you're saying, well, I think a tornado is headed toward Thomasville, but no, I don't actually. You could take shelter in Thomasville, and one reason you should take shelter in Thomasville, and I don't know to the degree that it will actually be observed because this is very, very rare for our area, is even if there's not a tornado or even that strong a wind now, what this blue stuff is at least small, and it may just be little pieces of wood or even people's checks or something like. Believe it or not, I'm not joking. Like literally people's checks or old checks or bills falling out of the sky here. I can't believe we're talking about this. Like really, in our area like this on a risk that was barely enough. I didn't, I agreed barely enough to get a tornado watch, and now we're talking about pieces of debris falling out of the sky because of what just happened toward the south here. But around north and south of 319, all this blue indicates again, objects falling out of the sky. Again, I think they're probably pretty small, but it's like, you know, and it may not, for the most part, be damaging. But, you know, it could be people's shingles off their roofs that got lofted. Now it's starting to get brought back down to the ground as we get down toward Thomasville. The tornado warning is still in effect, and whether there's a tornado here anymore or not, you still don't want to be out if people's debris is falling on to the ground. Yeah, really, you know, that's really happening more than likely here. You know, I don't remember this that much over the last several years in storms, you know. I mean, I remember it in that tornado situation in Missouri. You know, the one that hit down there, I think it killed a few people in the night of mobile home park. Maybe it's been so many, like maybe 2 years ago or something like that. But the thing is, you could have pieces of debris fall out of the sky. I don't know if we'd actually see any of that on the traffic cameras. But let's go ahead and try to effort that anyway here to see if we see some of that debris falling out of the sky here around Thomasville. Again, we're going to start looking to see if any of that is visible. I'm hoping it's small enough where it's not. But again, yeah, you know, some of the worst tornadoes you see this. But, I mean, part of the factor is the radar's pretty close, but okay, let's start pulling up traffic camera and see if we see little pieces of debris. I know this happened in the Tuscaloosa tornado when it went toward Birmingham back in 11. It wasn't that strong, don't get me wrong. And a lot of this debris could just be tree debris because it did hit a more rural area here. But if it did hit any homes, and some of that could be mixed in there too. So again, this is a traffic camera shot here for Thomas County. It's going to be hard, you know, on a shot like this to see if debris is falling. Again, I can't believe we're talking about this, but we are. Let's go ahead and keep looking here. I mean, you know, some days I would believe it. This is not one of those days you would think that. It's also possible some of this, you know, I say it's falling. These signatures are pretty rare, really, really, really rare toward Florida and Georgia. There's a chance that this could just be staying up there and only parts of it's falling, and then more and more falls as it gets further and you know, further up in toward Georgia here before that dissipates on the correlation coefficient product. It's so small, this stuff's probably going to be, thankfully, that, you know, you're going to be hard seeing as police. It looks like they may be out here, but, you know, hopefully it's stuff that's so small it's not going to be damaging. You know, we'd like it if it's just like pine, you know, pine straw and stuff like that. That's possible, too. That'd just be pieces of pine straw falling out of the sky or something, but, and then we may not really be able to see it if it's scattered out and about enough. Let's check to make sure nothing's trying to respin up in here, because it'd be hard to know unless we're looking at the other mode. I don't really think so, but you can tell where that signature is. It's not really where the worst of the convection is. I think they're just afraid to drop that warning because, I mean, if it was just based on velocity alone, I don't think they'd keep it, but with that debris signature, again, we're pretty confident that's just, you know, stuff falling out of the sky because of how powerful the tornado was in, you know, parts of Leon County, not in Tallahassee proper, but other parts. Again, still looking here. Still tracking. I'm going to take some more cameras around Thomasville. It's crazy what we just had in northern Leon County, a daytime tornado that was probably very significant. Be curious to hear what Tallahassee Emergency Management is saying here. Leon County Emergency Management and the like, what I mean by that. But sheriff's office and the like. We are getting an advisory way further east. Let me check to see what that's all about here. Switch some things up. Okay, that's just because of stuff moving west to east there. Wind gusts to 50 possible and the like, but again, not good when we're talking about tornado debris falling. Now that didn't look quite as bad, but let me just loop this around so you can kind of see it. See how it touches down and it just spreads up there, and then some of that's starting to fade now. Some of it's dropping, but some's going to keep, staying up there in the sky a little bit longer before it gets brought back down to the surface. So. Again, not good. Not a good situation whatsoever. Again, just checking here on social media. Okay, so I'm just looking here on social media now, and some meteorology students at FSU are out and about. I can't say this stuff on the air, but I might retweet some of it here. But they're showing some of the damage. One of them is on Twitter for the search this stuff. Tree debris along US 319 along northern Leon County. And then in Colquitt County, by the way, I'm switching off of that for a second. I just came up that there's trees reported down as well as damage to house and barn, maybe from a tornado run of in 30. And then they just, person Garrett Harvey, the meteorology student at FSU, just put on social media exactly what we've been talking about. It's stuff that you don't ever see, and they say it's hard to see, but they are seeing small leaves falling out of the sky there in Thomas County now with the debris fallout. So there's some small leaves now falling out of the sky there in Thomas County. So maybe that's kind of, more of what it picked up. We, would hope this, but there are leaves falling out of the sky there in the wake of the tornado. So again, it'd be great if it just picked up more leaves and it wasn't as strong as they thought it was, but it probably did, it probably picked up more and it's dropping more out of the cloud there. The clouds as we're looking. I'm going to retweet that. I know it's not, I'm going to make it full on my screen real quick, but I can't, okay, I just want to make sure I can see them a little bit before I retweet this. I can't say it on the air, but at Cloud Casey, I'm going to retweet this here. If you guys are looking on Twitter, I can make sure I see a few of these here. I saw one, okay, yeah. It's not a lot, but I definitely saw one leaf there that did not belong. So, again, telling the story here this afternoon. Something you very rarely see in our area, and you very, if we ever have it, a lot of times it's in the night, not in the middle of the afternoon. So this is unusual, to say the least, as we're looking at things. I know it's kind of an odd novelty thing, in a way, if it's not, a whole bunch in the video, but it's a weird enough thing that we got to talk about it, and, it could have been worse, actually. Could have been worse, actually, once we got more information, so. See, all that fallout now is past Thomasville, it looks like. You see, moving up toward Merrillville now, so whatever is left of that, I don't have any spin, we don't have hardly anything there, so if the debris is falling out of the sky, it's falling out of the sky from around US 319 west here of that in Thomas County, but, this tornado warning is probably going to get dropped here soon. With everything that's happened, and with that signature, they might just be trying to hold it a little longer, but the debris fallout is now past the tornado warning, so Again, the thing is, you don't know when you see this on radar, because that's very odd to see in our area. Sometimes it can be pieces of, roof shingles and stuff that actually, or even pieces of small pieces of lumber or something like that, pieces of wood. But the thing about this is, we don't know for sure. It could be more just the leaves that it picked up. We really don't know. I mean, it's very odd to have that stay like that on our signatures, but it was, very significant. As I'm trying to go up higher, just trying to get an idea of some things. Again, just still tracking this here. So the thunderstorm warning toward the coastline to 1 o'clock with Cullen and Franklin. And then the tornado warning that just sent out at expiring now, so that's good news. That's good news, but we still have many hours to go here with some type of lingering threat. Now, north parts of Coffee and Atkinson counties now. We don't have a good radar because that one radar is down. I'll put Jacksonville up, I guess, at this point. We could start to get some of this to rotate. It might be honestly kind of hard to see from a distance. At least we saw some of this stuff up close there. Some of these other views of this, these tornadoes that have been touching down. Multiple. But we're going to have to watch some of this stuff to see if it spins up in Coffee County or Douglas. There's no warning right now, but just stay weather aware. I mean, too far away enough there's like a debris signature, but I wish that Moody radar was working. We'd have a better spot on that. But again, continue to track all this here. A little bit of weak rotation southeast of St. Mark's. It's been an up and down day. You get just terrible signatures, and we may not have any warnings here in a few minutes, though. Very unusual, to say the least. And earlier on, Leon County schools paused all movement on their campuses due to tornado warning that was in effect then. And then the schools instituted tornado drill procedures. I know the just the rain piling in at points too has been, making the ground pretty saturated. Again, be interested to hear what happened there, parts of Leon County with that tornado. Obvious tornado. There's no possible tornado about it. I'm trying to give you guys the latest updates. I'm trying to keep you guys safe and informed. I'm with you for a long time here, but it's all about keeping everybody up to date. I know we're only about 2 hours away from having to switch to a different stream here if and as necessary, but if we do get to wrap this here at 1, then we'll go back to just a radar stream and then pop back in if necessary, and then tornado watch continues till 6 if we're having warnings when we, have to drop the stream and switch. Or, it should be around 3, then we'll just go ahead and switch immediately. If not, we may just, leave it off, and if we get more warnings, we'll pop back in that one to the new stream. But a very unusual day for our area, but this has been an unusual pattern out of the west, so maybe we should, we thought there was we were in alert mode. We said there'd be severe weather a week ago today. Almost a week ago, late last, Tuesday night. had it on our forecast for today. So this wasn't a surprise. It's just the way the tornado threat emerged kind of was a little bit. I mean, as you know, we go from little spins, they're like tropical, like all of a sudden we get bad debris signatures, and we get, you know, tornado debris fallout signatures, which I haven't seen very many of in our area over the years. You know, it's hard to remember. It's almost gone now, but whatever's left of it, what it's been dropping down in terms of the debris, leaves, maybe roof shingles, something like that. You know, it's almost done doing it around Coolidge, but there's still a little bit more to drop, maybe toward Moultrie Municipal Airport. Hopefully it's not anything damaging. It's just the leaves, like what some reports were kind of telling us there, like what I retweeted there on Twitter / Cloud Casey. But we're going to keep our eyes on the situation. Technically, the tornado warning still goes for 4 minutes since they expired it as we get further up toward the north there. But we're just going to keep on looking at things and keep on tracking things here through the day. It's not over by any stretch. We're still, you know, seeing stuff's way to the west. This stuff's moving very slow. Very slow. We just got to continue to track things here as we look ahead. We have that tornado watch in play, obviously, in the yellow shaded area. They might trim out like Liberty here and Decatur soon. But, you know, that threat's going to continue for a while longer. And this, you know, we'll see how things go. Hopefully there won't have to be any local extensions. But the tornado watch is really 5 hours until 6 o'clock here. Until 6 o'clock. Again, just continuing to track things. Trying to stay on top of it. Very active situation. Again, watching that loop here, obviously. I'm going to adjust this just a tad. Because I have an actual, you know, mode that it goes to generally, and I can make some adjustments. Give you a little bit better picture in terms of the overall region. I know we had some warning earlier for Early County. It was, you know, confirmed, and we had some of that confirmed action there in South Central Georgia. We had confirmed tornado southwest of Tallahassee, then north to Tallahassee. So we've had, now I'm not, you know, the one toward Tallahassee, because we're right at the radar, it's hard to see if it's the exact same area, but may have had 4 separate tornadoes here in our area so far, and the day is only maybe half over. You know, I mean, and the temperatures are warm. Maybe we'll get lucky and we'll start to have some stabilization, or some of the wind parameters not be as favorable, but it does look like the line decayed some. But we still got to pay attention here through the afternoon into the evening, even as we've alluded to, toward the eastern part of the viewing circle. So again, a nasty set of circumstances here for sure, as this keeps looping around the last 4 hours. For when we're not on, you know, of course, there's red or purple in our area, we'll be back on immediately, but that means tornado warning if it pops up before I can get back. Real quick, red means radar indicated in the loop too, and then purple means radar confirmed somehow. Yellow means severe thunderstorm warning. That light blue means special marine warning, by the way. So again, that's kind of the storyline there as we're tracking things. So, and the shaded yellow background is a tornado watch. So, and any dark green boxes that may come up will be flash flood warnings. So keep those in mind here as well. So now no longer any warnings except for marine warnings here in play as of 1 o'clock Eastern. So that's definitely a departure again, up and down here today for sure. That could change at a moment's notice here. as we're tracking things. Again, yellow severe thunderstorm warnings, red tornado warnings that are not confirmed, purple means confirmed tornado warning. Any dark green boxes mean flash flood warning, the light blue means special marine warnings, but any tornado warnings will definitely be back at once for sure. Severe thunderstorm warnings will play by ear, but again, just continuing to track things. That area there in south central Georgia, southeast Georgia, probably the strongest right now. There's no warning, but since the radar coverage is bad enough there, I better go ahead and talk about it a little more in case we get something without a warning around Douglas. You guys are going to have some pretty rough weather there next few minutes. Coffee County could have gusts there at about 50, but if it intensifies that potential of 60, then a warning would need to be issued. That little structure there is a little bit more, well put together than everything else. And there's a little hook on the back side of this, maybe, but it's so far away from radar, it's hard to say for sure. So, no active warnings all of a sudden after all what we've had. It's just up and down. Special marine warnings, sure, but no tornadoes or thunderstorm. There are special weather statements, but that's your looping radar for now. I'm going to go ahead and wrap my commentary up for the time being. But, we're not doing half-hour updates, but we're going to cut back in as warranted. Which could be a lot or it might not be a lot here, just depending on how things are going. If we get within a couple more hours, we may have to turn to this stream if things are still active here. But, as we're looking at things in toward the timeline, we'll be, giving you guys the very latest here. If it's warranted, I know it didn't start off where we were guaranteeing like a tornado watch, and since it's a long-term thing, we're doing more as warranted, which has already got my voice pretty hoarse because I've been on for a while here today and over the last week or so. I know now significant advisory for parts of Jefferson, Taylor, Madison to 145, wind gusts to about 50 miles an hour possible, so that intensifies a little bit more. So if a thunderstorm warning may be required or something more, close rotation, maybe even a tornado warning, but no local severe tornado warnings right now. I see some different comments here, like Dawn watching there on Facebook. Thanks so much for watching there, Dawn, as you're looking on the Facebook platforms there. We have people watching on YouTube there at Clouds Weather as well. I appreciate just everybody tuning in, everybody trusting me here on this Monday afternoon. And I'm going to cut back in and start providing more commentary again as warranted. But for now, thanks so much. And we'll be back here as warranted today. No formal update late tomorrow, as I've alluded to, because we've been so busy, but we'll be back on late Thursday with that. But I'm going to be on to the rest of the day here today, again, as conditions are warranted. Please, please stay safe, and stay safe in the aftermath of the tornadoes that we've had, we have had within the viewing area there, up toward like Leon County and Early County, and the like here, and further up in the south, central Georgia as well, on this Monday.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Good afternoon, everybody. Meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center giving you an update on the severe weather situation across our region. You see the tornado watch in that yellow shaded area remaining in effect, but we have a severe thunderstorm warning now popping up for portions of the area. Columbia, Hamilton, as well as Suwannee counties here, even getting into parts of Clinton, Eccles, and Ware in Georgia until about 3 o'clock. We had the potential for some damaging wind gusts there into our region, so just gotta remain alert here as we have this axis moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So we just have to continue to watch things here very carefully as the timeline does continue. So, yeah, I see the thunderstorm warning in play until 3 o'clock for portions of Columbia, Hamilton, Suwannee, Clinton, Eccles, and Ware counties. So, definitely worth monitoring here. Definitely worth watching as we have this nasty weather concern here on the Doppler radar perspective. So, severe thunderstorm warning in play at 3 o'clock, 60-mile-an-hour wind gust a possibility. So, that'll be worth watching. I'll continue to watch things. I may end up starting out of the stream here pretty soon, just depending on how things play out. So, just kind of give you that heads up. I'll leave this stream up for a little longer again. So the thunderstorm warning remains in effect. Stay tuned, stay safe as we're watching things this afternoon.